morning. Just some announcements before we start. So today, Thursday, we're still going to do all our workshop sessions. It's scheduled all the way from the morning at 9 all the way until 4 o'clock. And today, for the morning part, we do have Canadian culture, immigration, co-op and career services / employment in Canada, and student services. And then after that, we do have a quick break, so there'll be food at the cafeteria for light refreshments for everyone. And then we go straight to the afternoon sessions, which is meeting your program coordinators. So later at 12:45, specifically by program, you guys will be going to the breakout rooms. So if you have questions about your classes, about attending your classes online, this is the best time to ask your program coordinators. Also the program maps, so very important. And then followed by student success, tutoring and mentoring center, academic integrity, Guard Me, your health insurance. If something happens, so at least you kind of know what to do. Also, we have keeping students safe and housing and accommodations. So we have North York Community House will be playing some videos. They won't be here on campus, but we'll be giving out some information about them. Again, all the sessions, you can watch it virtually. So this is live right now in YouTube and in person. Anyway, so my name is Nicholas Reyes. I'm the project head for special programs. I do orientation, convocation, and some volunteering opportunities as well, and some jobs. From time to time, we hire students. So if you want to work on campus, it's always good to apply on campus. I still remember when I was an international student myself, I think I had 3 jobs, one on campus and had 2 jobs outside. So I know, as an international student, when you come to a new country, it's nice to really go out there, build your Canadian experience, and you'll see what you'll find outside, But I really recommend really going out, meeting people in person. I know for the last 2 years we've done a lot of virtual, but nothing beats human interaction. All right, so without further ado, to jumpstart our program, our workshops in the morning, for Canadian culture, I would like to call on our academic quality manager, Ms. Shauna Sheldon.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Canada, welcome to Toronto, and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. I'm very, very happy that we're back on campus. I think everyone is keen to get back here. There's lots of energy, and this is really what we want. This is what coming to college is all about. We have lots on the schedule today, but I would like to start with our land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit. Come on in and have a seat. The Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And we continue our commitment to support the process of reconciliation. I will now turn things over to my colleague, Mark Gonzalez. He is our Academic Integrity Officer. He's going to deliver the first session of the day on Canadian culture.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that introduction, Shauna, and reconciliation. That was a big tricky word to say, so that's great. To everyone here, thank you very much for coming in. I totally appreciate you being here as early as I am, because I'm really tired. I don't know about you, but like 9 o'clock in the morning is very, very rough for me sometimes. But anyways, yeah, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college. You'll see me twice today. I'm here in the morning, you know, trying to keep you awake, and the second time I'll be here in the afternoon chatting about academic integrity, which is very, very exciting. I can't wait to even talk about it, but you know, for now, we'll just talk a bit about Canadian culture. So our first presentation today, actually, you know what? I'm sorry if I could just try something. I think there's a laser pointer on my presentation thing. Oh, it works. Okay, cool. I didn't know what that was, so I just want to push the button. Anyway, so we are going to chat a bit about Canadian culture. We are in Toronto, and you may have been here for a short period of time, starting your whole adventure in a new country. And actually, show of hands, who has been here for 1 full week so far? 1 full week, an entire week. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Michael. How about 1 full month? A full month. 1 full month. 2 months. 2 months? 6 months? 10 years? No? No? Okay. All right. So a lot of you are new, brand new, starting the new, you know, this whole new adventure in a new country. Living here is a lot different than visiting here. So we're going to chat all about that stuff, and also we're going to talk a little bit about how to interact with people when you're here so that you don't really have uncomfortable experiences communicating in everyday life with people. So when we talk about culture, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the general behavior that we have and the way that we interact that makes us different or special from other countries. This is what, you know, makes Canada, Canada. So you will probably, if you have been to the country before, I'm not sure if you have or not, but if you have or seen general stereotypes of the country, you may have seen any one of these things on on tourist attractions or tourist purchase items and stuff. We love all of those things there. We have, you know, Toronto, Montreal, famous cities in Ontario and Canada. You have like a moose. You have those mountain ranges that we have, the Canada Shield. You have maple syrup, pancakes. We love those things. Well, some of us, you know, if you like sugar. And, you know, bears and skating. If you haven't skated yet, I definitely encourage you to do that in the winter, because winter is crazy here. And if you need something to, you know, fill your time instead of just staying at home all day away from the freezing cold, then maybe skating might be your cup of tea. But this stuff won't really get you by in a normal, everyday conversation. Like, it's okay to know that we have a moose in our country, which is that big thing over here, but will that help you in a conversation? I don't really know. I probably don't think so. And also, they're very dangerous, so stay away from them. They can really, really hurt you. So we're gonna kind of try to bust through some of these stereotypes. And if you're wondering what's going on here, we have this little image. This is a person's ice-covered windshield. So, ice-covered window on the passenger side or the driver's side. And so if you roll your window down after freezing rain, the window goes down, totally fine, and this is left behind. This is just pure ice. So you can kind of bust through it without any, you know, damage. They're reaching for a Tim Hortons cup of coffee, and Tim Hortons, if you haven't been to a Tim Hortons yet, I'm sure you've seen a Tim Hortons somewhere. They have one in every corner of every street in the entire city. We literally have one on the corner of this street in the building. So it'll reopen once school begins, and if you haven't had some coffee or donuts there or pastries, well, you know, you can totally visit whenever you like during your time at the campus. So let's give you a real-life scenario that could happen to you, right? This is a true type of story based on a true story. So, you know, I hope that this is kind of accurate. You're walking down the hallway. There is a teacher holding a bunch of papers. They can't wait to grade these because they only spend their entire life grading papers, okay? They're just running down the hallway. And then you bump into them, and they drop their papers all over the place, okay? Probably, most likely, you might apologize and say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, and then, you know, maybe help them pick it up or something like that. But you know what else is going to happen? They are going to apologize to you. they'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then also, I'm terribly sorry. I should have been, watching where I was going or whatever. So apologies on both sides. You may not expect that apology, but we love to apologize. I keep saying this all the time, but I have a friend that will begin every conversation with a stranger with the word sorry. Okay, you want to make an appointment at the dentist? Hi, sorry, I'd like to make an appointment at the dentist, please, and continue your conversation. So, sorry is one of our favorite words in the world, along with please and thank you. Those are the three very, very polite things that we like to do. So we're very polite in general. I mean, I hope, maybe not all of us, but many of us, we're known for being polite. We like diversity, so you are all from different countries. That's cool, so am I. We all are not from generally, technically in this country. And so the fact that we're different makes us the same, which is kind of weird to say, but that's what it is. And we like that. We are happy that there are different cultures. We are happy that there's different interactions here. I learned so much from students that I didn't know beforehand, right? So it is very, very, very good that you are not like me. I am pleased to see that. And what else is there? I mean, we're very tolerant of those things. So in the same way that we're happy that you're different, I would hope that you're happy that there's difference around you as well. So not everyone is the same, so that kind of influences how we talk and chat with each other. And egalitarian, that big, huge word up there, if you're wondering what that means, if you don't know, and I'm using the laser pointer because I know it exists now, it just means that we like equality. Equality is great, and we like being equal. No one is better than someone else, okay? And I hope that you encounter that in real life. I totally think I may be even less than you, so I'm below you guys, right? So you've done stuff that I can't even imagine. Leaving a country, going to a new one, and having a new life is very, very scary and impressive, and I haven't done it, so, congrats to you, right? But let's move right on. So if you want to have interactions with people and you want to have comfortable interactions with people, you have to consider your body language and you have to consider your communication skills, okay? So that's what we're going to chat about next. Body language, it can be a bit tricky. We're looking at a few things. For example, eye contact. How do you have a conversation with someone if you aren't looking at them in the eyes and perhaps looking at your shoes, okay, or just like looking over here, okay? I could have my presentation looking this way if you'd like, if you prefer. I don't know, but I would think that you would want eye contact. However, don't have too much eye contact. there's a difference. I could, for example, stare at a person. I'm just going to pick one at random. Hello, sir. I'm going to have the entire presentation just watching you. I'm not going to blink anymore because that's just how I feel. That's kind of weird. Would you say that that's kind of strange? I haven't blinked yet. Is that odd? It's kind of odd, right? So if I did that for the entire conversation, you wouldn't really want to have this conversation with me, right? So consider blinking, I would suppose is the best way I would say that. Consider blinking, but consider looking at the person. That would be great too. Crossing your arms when you're having a conversation is a thing that people do as well. Crossing your arms at any, I know many of you are sitting down and you're crossing your arms. That's cool. You don't have to uncross them. It's not a big deal. But when you're talking with someone, maybe you want to uncross your arms. It's something that you might need to consciously consider as you're talking with them, but eventually the pattern will kind of drop. And I say this all the time too, the whole having your hands in your pockets when you're having a conversation. My mother keeps telling me to stop doing this, and I do it all the time with her, and she will stop speaking to me until I pull my hands out of my pockets and then continue the conversation. So I encourage you to also do what my mom tells me to do and, take your hands out of your pockets, okay? So those are things to consider about body language. Personal space is another one. So if you're too close to somebody, it's not offensive if they step back a little bit because they prefer a little space between them. So if you are very close, so close that you can hug them and be like, hey, yeah, you're great. That's too close, okay? So maybe if you fall over when you're trying to hug them, that's a perfect distance to have for the conversation, okay? So that's just general body language to keep in mind. If you want to have other interactions, you can have other interactions such as shaking hands. Shaking hands is great, especially if there's no pandemic and there was no COVID ever before. Shaking hands was awesome. It's a bit different now. If you don't want to shake a hand, that's fine. You can fist bump. I just fist bumped everyone over there all the time. Sahil, I fist bumped you earlier today. And you can also tap elbows is another one you could do as well. But whatever you are comfortable with, that is great. After that happens, however, that is the end of your physical contact. No more, patting on the shoulder, shoving the guy, oh, what up, and then, rubbing their head for good luck. None of that stuff, right? So don't do any of those things. Just a little bit of physical contact is good. And then, the other things are smiling, not too much, everything in moderation, okay? If you're smiling all the time and it's very, very weird, you might be smiling, and then they're looking at you very strange. So, smile, but not too much. And anything else to say? Yeah, first names. First names is another good one. My name is Mark Gonzalez, and you can call me Mark, not Mr. Gonzalez or, I don't know, Your Honor or Sir. Sir is okay. But, Mark is what I wanted to have in my classes. When I used to teach classes, it was always Mark. And I think a lot of your instructors are the same. If some instructors want a different name, they might tell you what they want. Like if they want a Mr. or a Ms. or a doctor, they'll kind of identify that for you early on. But you can start with their first names. If they correct you, they correct you. But really, that's usually the default in your classes, okay? So things to keep in mind there. Anything else to mention? Oh, yeah, COVID. So I think masks are great. If you're wearing a mask, congratulations. I wish we could all wear masks again. I always go to the grocery store with a mask on. Here I'm presenting with no mask just because, I'm presenting and I want you to hear me. But otherwise, masks are totally, totally good. Vaccinations, there's more vaccine in me than blood. So at this point, because I've had so many of them. So I encourage you to have boosters if they offer them. And also physical distance, like I said, hugging is too close, a little bit further away. Okay, so here's another scenario. Here's another situation that could happen to you. Let's say you have a vehicle and you are driving around in your car. I promise you this situation, you will not be harmed, okay? So this is just imaginary, you will not be harmed. No other car on the street, empty road completely, okay? Red light, you get to a red light. Raise your hand if you would just go through the red light because there's no one there, no one will see, and no one will get into a car crash. Raise your hand if you'd just go through the red light. Anyone? Anyone? No one? Really? Not even a little? No? Wow, you passed the test. Congratulations. The correct rule, of course, is to wait for the green light to go. And we like rules. That's why we say this, right? Rules are a big thing for Canadians, and we have many different kinds of rules. I am the academic integrity officer. I know one set of rules, which is academic integrity, but following the school rules, following the college rules, your teacher might have some rules. Everyone has rules. So if you know what those are and you follow those, you will always have a pretty good time in your various areas of study or just living in your apartment or whatever it might be, okay? So rules are great. We all love rules. What else am I going to say about rules? Anything else? Nah, not really. Okay, so social norms. Social norms to keep in mind. We have talked about many of these social norms as I have said rules that I don't know what I was going to say. My brain just turned off and turned back on. Okay, so be punctual. Very good. Being on time is excellent. If you're late, it's better than not being there, definitely. But if you're on time, you're never going to miss anything. People like it when you're on time. Your time is valuable. My time is valuable. So if we're on time, that is respect. So that's definitely a good thing to have. You want to make sure that you follow the rules, of course. And one big rule that we have is don't litter. And you might be surprised why this is on the slide, but yeah, there's like a lot of litter sometimes. So if you look around, there might be some garbage. I think it's nice and clean here, but we have plenty of garbage bins all over. I encourage you to use them. They're excellent. They always work. So the garbage goes in, it stays in, and then it's good. So yes, please don't litter if you can. But let's move on to communication now. Like what kind of communication? We've done body language, so how do you communicate? English, those of you that are that have English as a second language or a third language or just another language in general, you might not have a lot of practice in your home with English. But you know what? This is the great place to have that practice. If you feel uncomfortable with it, the more you use it, the more comfortable you'll be with English. So I always used to tell my students, English whenever possible. So if you are on campus, I encourage you to use it as much as you can, if you can, right? So definitely use those avenues of communication whenever possible. English is great. Disagreements, you're going to have a lot of group work, and you're going to probably hear that in your program information sessions later today. Group work happens all the time, working with people you don't know, or maybe some of them you do, but you might end up in disagreements. Don't fight them. Don't punch them in the face. Don't attack them. Don't, verbally, do some stuff to them. So be diplomatic. So if you are having a disagreement, there's always a way to have a good disagreement, and I encourage disagreement, but just be careful how you disagree because, it could make your life worse, more unpleasant if you disagree the wrong way. In the same way, nonverbal expressions might be a bit awkward too. The eye movement that doesn't blink, just watching the guy for the entire time, that is a bit of a problem sometimes. So watch out for these nonverbal cues that could make you feel, make the other person feel a bit threatened by you, even though you don't mean anything by it, okay? And never say please and thank you enough. please and thank you and sorry, 1, 2, 3. Those are your favorite words, okay? Put them in your back pocket, pull them out whenever, and they will be used infinitely all the time. So, be a skilled listener. Listen to the people that you're talking to as well. I think in many cases, when I have meetings with some students and we're just kind of explaining what the situation is, they'll be like, yeah. Anyways, and then just kind of cut the person off and then continue speaking. Try not to do that if you can. Cutting a person off can be considered rather rude. So let them complete their statement, then continue your statement after that. So watch out for that, and make sure as well that you ask your instructors and the people around you and faculty and staff, the people at Tim Hortons, anything that you don't know about, ask about. Make sure that you understand those things. If you don't ask questions in class, then your instructors don't know if you know. And if you don't know, and it comes time to submit something that you didn't know that you had to do, well, you never ask questions. But we love questions. Your teachers love questions. I mean, some teachers don't like any questions. They just lecture and then just kind of walk out of the room expecting you to write that essay by yourself. No. Ask questions. I promise you it will be better than if you don't ask questions, okay? So be sure to ask questions. But let's say you've done all these things. You're here for a while. Well, you're going to go through something that's not so pleasant. And I assure you that it's normal, but it's unpleasant. And it's called culture shock. If you don't know what culture shock is, consider for a moment you go on a trip, you go on a vacation, you spend a week somewhere, you're like, oh, this place is great. Then you go back home. Yeah, that place was great when I was there. You're not going home anytime soon. You know what I mean? You might, vacation back home, but you're kind of living here now. It's a different experience. That feeling of, wow, everything is new, everything is cool. Yeah, that goes away, just like in a marriage. It just goes away eventually. So consider these 3 steps that happen to you. You're going to have a honeymoon period. First thing, everything is new, everything is cool, everything is awesome. Can't wait to experience new things. But you're going to run out of gas. You're going to kind of, lose that energy over time, and you'll be like, oh my goodness, I can't keep going with this stuff. It's a bit rough. And then after that first month or 2, you might start to experience the second stage, which is a bit of resistance, where things that you had back home, maybe you can't find here, although you can probably find many things that were back home, but they're not really the same. They are made slightly different. Consider, for example, if you watch a book, if you read a book and it turns into a movie, and then you watch the movie and you're like, wait a minute, no, this wasn't in the book, that wasn't in the book, that wasn't in the book. Imagine living that for 6 months. That's a bit rough, okay? So this happens for a while, and this could make you feel like you want to go back home. You miss everything. It's unfortunate, but I assure you, if you stick with it, you'll get through the next part, which is kind of accepting that difference between your home country and this country. The differences don't bother you so much over time, and you start to feel like it's not really a big deal anymore. It's tricky to get here. I think a lot of people will kind of struggle between them, but I just want to let you know it's normal. It happens to everyone, and there are ways to kind of decrease this feeling of resistance and getting to that acceptance a bit smoother. So where am I now? Where did I go? How did I get here? Okay. So exploration is great. Finding the new things, exploring those new things, having that mindset that, okay, this is another thing that I can try and discover and learn about. This might help you, rather than having to be like, oh man, I don't have this. Where is this thing? I can't call my mom anymore. I can only see my mom on Skype, or do people use Skype anymore? Is that a thing? I don't even know. But I just dated myself. But yeah, you want to kind of explore, get involved, okay? That will be very important in addition to patience. Patience is key for this whole process. And then, consider other avenues of support, because support is way better than if you're doing something just by yourself, okay? And so if you have that connection of friends you make here, or perhaps friends that are still overseas, or back home if it's not overseas, that would be great. Family is great. Keep connections with them. Call your mom all the time. Say, Mom, I miss you, but I'm having a blast here, okay? So, I'm totally fine. Don't worry too much. And definitely, the school faculty is a support avenue for you as well. We would love if you are having any of these struggles and you just have, you have like all these things so far, family, faculty, whatever, but they're just not enough, or you just feel like you wanted some more support. Student Services is excellent for that, and this is why we put this email up for you there. So I encourage you all to, check them out, connect with them, connect with people around you, make, friends, and be open to the new experience. Okay, so I'm out of words. Thank you for sitting through this entire presentation. I definitely appreciate it, and I wish you a lot of success, and I hope your adventure in our country is pleasant. And, even though that horrible might happen to you. So thanks everyone for listening. I'll pass it back to Shauna, and have a great day, okay? There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Okay, so I am going to close out this session with a little bit of information about. Does that sound familiar to you? Has anyone been in Moodle yet? Put your hand up if you have. A few of you. So Moodle is the college's learning management system, which means it is your entry point into all kinds of services and supports and information. This is what the homepage looks like if you haven't been in there yet. The way to get access to Moodle is through, if you go to the Lambton College in Toronto registration and orientation section, which is where you got all the information about today. At the very bottom, there's a button, and you can get in there. You would have received an email from Student Services with your MyLambton, all the MyLambton credentials as well. You should be hearing lots of information about how to get to Moodle because it is critical for you. This is what it looks like. The home page is in the middle is all the events, all the news, anything that's happening at the college, you'll find out about it through that middle section there. At the top, you'll see that there's a number of menu items, and you can't really see them very clearly on the screen there, but I can tell you that Student Services, Co-op and Career, Activities and Events, Tutoring Center, Administration, Academics, and IT Resources. So you can click on any of those at the top to get information about who to contact for more information, things that are available to you, resources that are available to you at the college. You're going to be hearing a lot over the course of today, and you're not going to remember it all. So just know you can go in there and come on in and have a seat. You can go in there and get more information. The other thing that I wanted to mention on this page is that there's, if you see a notification about a club or an event, maybe you want to join the soccer team, maybe you want to join Toastmasters, PM Guild, all of that will show up in the news items. Maybe you saw it one morning, but you were getting ready to start your class, so you want to go back and check. There's a search option there so that you can see all of the posts that have been in there in the last, the recent days, so that you can see that, make sure that you're getting access to whatever it is, Toastmasters or the events that are going on. We also have job fairs in here. You're going to hear about that from your co-op, from someone from the co-op department today, probably Peter. And he'll tell you about the job fairs, and they get posted on Moodle as well. Lastly, I wanted to also point out the job board at the bottom there. That's relatively new. You'll see today, once it starts to get busy in here, we've got a lot of vendors coming, and you'll see students in and around the area that you're going to be sort of mulling about in today. Those students applied for a job through the job board. And I encourage you to go to the job board. You're going to hear from Melissa shortly. She's going to tell you what you can, the hours that you can work while you're on a study term. And I encourage you to take a look at that job board if you are looking for a part-time job while you're studying, or volunteer opportunities. There's lots of volunteer opportunities that get posted on there as well. So pay attention to the job board. And then also access to My Career. How many of you are in co-op? Probably most of you have a co-op option in your program. So the menus across the top will tell you who your hit co-op and career. You'll find out who your co-op and career advisor is for your program. Make them your best friend. Make sure you're reaching out to co-op. They will provide you with any support that you need through your journey, trying to find a job. And then also, so Peter's going to give you some more information about My Career, but also the database. So the database is where you get access to your calendar. It's where you get access, find out what your courses are, where you're going to, when you have to register for your second term courses. So that link is also there. Moodle is also, so all kinds of resources and access to people at the college. It's also how you get access to your courses. So if you look on this screen, you'll see there's a number of links down the left side. Those are all the courses I'm enrolled in. So you'll see all the courses that you're enrolled in on Moodle, and make sure you get in there. Get in there quick or early, and see what kind of resources are available to you for your course. Most of your pages in Moodle will already be populated for the fall. They should be. There's information in there about how to get into your virtual classes. There's information in there about all the materials that you need for your classes, the PowerPoints, the videos that you need to watch. Go in and look at all those materials as soon as you can so that you're prepped for next week. You log into Moodle with your login credentials that you received from the Student Services. I already talked about this. These are three important things for you to just pay attention to on your course pages. I'll let the room fill a little bit. Welcome. So Mark and I are former faculty members at the college. I've been with the college for 12 years, almost 12 years. I used to tell my students this all the time. At the beginning of the term, take a look at your course pages and download immediately the course outline, which is the top one on that list. The course outline tells you what you're going to be learning in that course. It has all your learning outcomes. You'll get a sense of what to expect from that course. There's a section in your course outline about the evaluations for your course. And we make it easy for you to know what those evaluations are because we add them to the evaluation timetable. That evaluation timetable is probably the most important document for you to get access to on that course page. If it is not there within the first couple days, put your hand out or reach out to your instructor, because you'll be online, but reach out to your instructor and say, Shauna told me that the evaluation timetable was going to be there and it's not there. That evaluation timetable is what you will be following for the term so that you are getting your assignments in on time, attending your tests when you need to be attending tests. You should be attending all of your classes, but you need to be in the class at the time that the test starts. And if they are not providing you with that information well in advance, then how can you be prepared for it, right? So we want to make sure that those evaluation timetables are there. And as Mark said, advocate for yourself. If you feel like you don't have the resources that you need in order to be successful in your class, reach out to your instructor. Reach out and get that support that you need. The last one there is the course resources. So as I mentioned, the PowerPoints, any other documentation that you need, all the information about your assignments, all of that stuff is in Moodle. So go in there regularly, go in there often, and also reach out to your instructor if you have any questions. This is the evaluation timetable, just so that you know what you're looking for. Again, if it's not there within the first couple days of class, tell your instructor that it is supposed to be there, okay? I can almost guarantee it will be there. We have made it very clear to faculty that this has got to be there, and the course outline is there. I can guarantee that it's there. So download those two documents, very important. But you can see here, most of the time they put the dates in, but in this evaluation timetable it says day 1, or day 7, day 4, day 6. You're going to go in, if you know that your first assignment is due on day 4, it's assignment 2, it's a quiz of chapters 1 to 6, you're going to be ready for it. So download the evaluation timetable, put it in your calendar, and do that for all of your courses this term so that you're prepared for success. I think that's it for me. I do want to wish you well. I hope you have an awesome day. Make sure you take some of the activity that's going on in the halls. I will see you at your program information session. Those classrooms are along the top here and around the corner. I hope you join those information sessions. As Nicholas said, we will be providing that information during the lunch hour. But I'll see you there. Good luck with the rest of your day, Again, make sure that you take in everything you can, but we have all the resources available to you on Moodle. So go back to Moodle, and if you have any questions, you should be able to find the resources there. You also can reach out to us through the email addresses that are on there if there's anything that didn't cross your mind today that you wanted to ask about. But before I turn things over to Melissa, I will ask if there are any questions. No. Okay, so Melissa, this is our immigration consultant. And I'm going to turn things over to her. She is going to tell you about all things to do with immigration, travel, all of your permits, all of that stuff. So take it away.
Thanks, Shauna. Hi, good morning. I'm Melissa Harris. I'm a member of the Law Society of Ontario, and I'm also a regulated immigration consultant in Canada. I'm just going to start off with a few things that I think it's really important that you know. If you do not follow your study permits, if you work more hours than you should, if you don't go to school full time, the chances are you are going to be removed from Canada. Now, of course, there's always exceptional circumstances, like an illness. If you have an issue you need to be dealing with the school, you just can't stop attending. So, for an example, if you're struggling in a course, the school has help. If you have immigration questions, you could always come to me. I don't take you on as clients because that's a conflict of interest. But going forward, I'm just going to give you the sources to help you. Now, a lot of people come to my office here and they tell me they have a lawyer. It's not a Canadian lawyer. And so the thing is, when you go to someone that's not authorized to do immigration in Canada and they make a mistake, the mistake is on you. So if you know how to do your papers, surely we recommend you do your own papers. But if you don't, please stop trusting people that tell you they have a friend that's a lawyer. If you want to find out if someone's a lawyer, you could go to the Law Society of Ontario and you could look them up. When it comes to paralegals, they cannot do immigration, so you must use a lawyer. Or you could go to citizenship, College of Citizen and Immigration Canada. And there are CICs, and they're also licensed to do immigration. Anyone else besides yourself should not be doing your paperwork. I mean, if it's your husband, yes. So we're going to go through all the things that are really important that you know so that you can survive this program and get permanent residence. So we're going to start with Welcome to Lambton College, and I'm Melissa Harris, okay? So you could come see me for free advice, but I cannot do your paperwork, okay? And you should always use someone licensed. So we're first going to talk about the type of permits and visas you guys have. You have TRVs, which is a temporary entry visa, which is in your passport. And so you're going to have multiple or you're going to have single entry. Because you're students, you should have multiple. We don't make the decision if you have one-time entry or multiple. That's decided by the Government of Canada. Okay, so that's the one thing. And then you have your study permits. So your study permit will not last longer than your passport. So if your passport needs to be renewed, you need to do that before you apply for your study permit, because if not, you're going to have no status. All right? And then we have co-op work permits. The co-op work permit costs you nothing. So when you come to Canada, if you are doing co-op, you need to be telling CBSA at the border that you are, which is the Canadian Border Service Agency, that you are doing co-op. You should have all your documents. If by chance you don't have one, you could apply online. You need a letter from the college that says you're doing co-op. You just upload it, okay? And that will help you. And if you don't have it in time, what we have is called flag polling. There are certain hours when you could go to the US, come back over to Canada and do it, okay? And then the second thing we have is your postgraduate work permit. So I always call it postgraduate open work permit. You pay the $100 extra, which means if you're in a 2-year program, you'll get a postgraduate open work permit for 3 years. As soon as you finish school, you have to wait for your official transcripts. Once you have them, you upload them, you apply for your postgraduate open work permit. Within 24 hours, you're going to get it. As soon as you get confirmation, you are allowed to work while you wait for it. Okay, so that's something that you want to know. Do not start working full-time when you finish school if you haven't applied for the postgraduate open work permit. Okay, so temporary resident visa. This is a student visa placed in the student's passports. So usually this will expire. Sometimes you renew your study permit, but you haven't renewed your TRV. If you're not planning to leave Canada, it's not an issue. If you're planning to leave Canada, you need to renew it, and this takes about 90 days. If you need to extend your study permit, they recommend doing it 30 days before. But if you leave it until the day of, you will have no status. And then you can't go to school and you can't work. Okay, so study permits. So an immigration visa that allows students to live, study, and work in Canada temporarily. Most important document that an international student receives. Gives temporary status and is required to obtain a student card, social insurance number, and a work permit. Must be valid for the duration of the program of study or the stay of the student in Canada. Please check the expiry date to be sure to renew within timelines if necessary. The schools now set up something that when your study permit is about to expire, if you don't know, they'll be sending you an email. But at the end of the day, it's your responsibility to know when your documents expire. So you always want to keep an eye on that. So when you're renewing, you just do an extension, okay? Extension of your application. And why sometimes doesn't your study permit cover your whole study? It could be when you were at the airport that you didn't provide enough documents to show that you were going to be here. You might not shown enough money. You might have only showed that you paid for one semester. In which case, immigration may only give you a study permit for 6 months. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to you to make sure that you have everything in control. And the other thing is very important when you're allowed to work. So your working hours, a lot of people think, you know, I'm a student. While you're in school, you could work 20 hours a week. That doesn't mean 80 hours a month. So some people will work 28 hours and then 15 hours. No. The Canadian government's very clear. When they say we usually go by days, or we go by hours. And so when you take a look, you must be in Canada 730 days out of every 5 years to maintain permanent residence. You're only allowed to work 20 hours a week. That doesn't mean 23, that doesn't mean 21. You can work 18, but once you pass those hours, or your boss tells you it's okay, it's not okay. Because at the end of the day, your boss is gonna find a new employee. You're gonna be kicked out of Canada, okay? And what they'll do is they'll remove you. So we just want to make sure that you really understand it. And your co-op work permits. So again, we just talked about this. This is something that if you are doing co-op, you should be checking from the very beginning if you don't have it, because it could take 5 months to get it. Now, of course, you know, because of COVID, immigration has been very, very slow. But we are seeing an increase recently. Okay, so for your sake, I'm sure that most people coming here are not planning to return to their home country permanently. They're looking for permanent residence. And if that's the case, you just have to make sure you comply with the conditions. Because if you go to school, you work in an occupation A, B, or O under the NOCs for 1 year, you take the English test, you're going to be able to most likely become a permanent resident of Canada. Okay, so we really want you to enjoy your time in Canada, but also if your plan is to remain in Canada, we want to make sure that we do everything we can to help that dream come true. Okay, so postgraduate work permits. The postgraduate work permits allows students who have graduated and complied with all the conditions, such as 20 hours of work per week during the program, to obtain an open work permit to gain valuable Canadian work experience. Skilled Canadian work experience under the NOC. So that's a national occupation classification. During your time here, there's going to be other seminars to help you with that. So A, B, or O. So when we talk about occupations that don't qualify, if you were a sales clerk in a store, or a bartender, a waitress, those occupations are more CD, and they don't qualify for your experience in Canada to apply for permanent residence. So what field you're in, it's best to find a job in that field, and you will qualify. And the school also helps with that. Okay, so here it says you must have completed a program of 8 months. So if you went to school for 8 months, you're going to get a 1-year postgraduate open work permit. which really is impossible if you think about it by the time that you find a job immediately and work a year and then apply for your PR. I'm not saying literally impossible, but I'm saying very difficult. If you're in a 2-year program, you get a 3-year postgraduate open work permit. If you're in a 3-year or a 4-year program, you get a 3-year postgraduate open work permit. So that 3 years allows you to find work for a year, take the English test, apply for permanent residence, and remain in Canada until you have your PR. Okay, so if your plan is, you know, I'm going to go to school and then I'm going to go home for a year, I'm going to say no way. I'm giving you the best advice I can, and that would be to do the 1 year of work, apply for the permanent residency, and then go home, because then you have 2 years. Okay, so it says maintain full-time status throughout the program. Exception is the last semester. So what we're saying is you must go to school full-time. Now, illness or something may affect you, and that's completely different, and also on your official break. So you have to be full-time before your official break, and you have to be full-time after your official break, or it'll affect your postgraduate open work permit. The only semester you're allowed to be part-time is your last semester. Okay? Now, saying I'm on my official break and I failed the class, I could take that on my official break and still work full-time. Okay? All right. Compliance requirements for studying, living, and working in Canada. Actively pursuing studies, full-time, studying part-time, working on campus, working off campus, scheduled breaks, taking a term off, on-schedule breaks, suspensions, extensions, restoration of status, and students at an ESL or English language program only. Can they work? The answer is no. So if you come in language, English is the only thing you're taking, it's usually a prerequisite of a course you're taking, you're not permitted to work. Now, you who are here, you're allowed to work 20 hours a week off campus. Now, a lot of people come to my office and they say, I have a job in the USA. How many hours can I work? Does anyone know the answer? You can work as many hours as you want because you're not working in Canada. So when we talk about this, we're talking about Canadian company. So as long as that US company doesn't have a subsidiary here in Canada that's paying you in Canadian dollars, so if you have a job in San Diego doing IT, you can still work as many hours as you want. If you have a job in your home country, you can work as many hours as you want. But in this country, for a Canadian employer, you could only work 20 hours a week. Okay? We'll go to the next slide. International students that hold a study permit are required to actively pursue studies, remain enrolled, and make reasonable and timely progress towards completing the program. To be considered actively pursuing studies as required by Immigration, Refugee, Citizen Canada, a student must enroll in a full-time or occasionally part-time credits in the last semester only. So again, we're just telling you that going to school full-time has to be the main focus of why you're here, because that's why Canada's allowed you into Canada. So failure to do that, and I'm going to tell you, you know, I've been in this a long time and I see many people removed from Canada because they didn't comply. And so the school's here to help you. And so what we're going to talk about is if you're having issues. So this again is full-time, part-time. But if you're having a problem with your studies, the school has tutors that can help you. If you have an immigration question, I'm going to give you the best advice I can because I can't charge you. Okay? So when someone doesn't have a conflict of interest, I'm not making money off you, I'm going to tell you the best possible thing that's going to help you, because, you know, the school wants you to be successful. So if you're going to seek help, please make sure that the person you're seeking help for is qualified to help you in Canada. Okay, schedule breaks. This is really important because it seems that students really aren't getting this. It doesn't matter, you know, how many times we have this discussion. Your schedule breaks from school between semesters is not full-time work. Each DLI, so Designated Learning Institute, has their own policies. So for Lambton College, when you're on your break, like say for an example, school finishes August 29th, and your next semester starts September 6th, you can't work full-time. You can only work part-time. And the reason for this is really important is that the college believes that International students have so much stress already that they don't want to burden you with students who are always thinking they have to work. So it gives you a bit of a break to relax and to prepare for your next semester, okay? After a long-term semester, exams, I really think that working full-time is not in your best interest, because the little bit of money you're going to make by working those extra hours is detrimental for you, for your education. So what we're saying is, you can't work 7 days a week. Everybody needs a day off. And here we really believe that, because you need to be able to have time to actually have a life, okay? So we do have, schedules that you can work. So for example, winter break, I think it's December 25th till January 1st. You could work full-time. Reading week, you can work full-time. And then on your official break, you can work full-time. So again, when we look at your official break, it would be from the first day the semester starts till the day the semester ends. And then that time in between, you can do your 20 hours a week. And then when we say that if you have co-op and your co-op offers you employment, you bring that letter to the school and you'll get an expedited graduation permits to be able to apply. Usually, if you don't have a job offer, it takes between 35 and 45 days for your documents. So you want to make sure that your study permit is at least good for 90 days after you finish your course, so that you can get everything done. If it's not, you must extend it. Now, some students have come to me and said they don't want to pay the extension fee to the government. What do you think? Do I have the power to make the government waive those fees? No. So when I hear this, or will the government give me a deal on my fees because I'm a student? The Canadian government's giving no one a deal, okay? So these are fees that you must pay. There's no way around it. Some people think that they're going to get their postgraduate papers in time and they're going to apply. But, you need to make sure that you have status. After you've gone to school for 2 years, because of 2 days difference, you're going to lose your right to work in Canada because you don't have status. It's a little bit silly when you think about it. So, and then say for an example, I finished school early. Your study permit will only last 90 days after you finish school, even if it's good for 5 months, okay? And so you must apply for your postgraduate work permit. When you apply for it, it'll send you an email back that you applied, and then you can work until you have it, and sometimes it has a date. You can work until that date. And then if it's refused, then you must leave Canada. And so when does this happen? When you work in Canada, you get a T4. That T4 tells you how many hours you work. So CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency, and IRCC share their information. Okay, so something you should know. All right. So this is the schedule breaks, okay? So not considered official breaks between your semesters. Okay, so the other thing I just wanted to bring about co-op that I didn't mention. So I'm on co-op, and I'm being paid. Lucky me, I found a paid co-op. It happens. And more and more places are looking for paid co-ops because I think the employer gets a tax break. So I'm getting paid, but I'm in school. So co-op is school, is something you have to realize. So can I still work my 20 hours? What do you think? I'm in co-op, I'm working 40 hours a week and I'm being paid. Can I still do 20 hours a week? Anyone? A thought? The answer is yes. Co-op is considered school. Whether you're paid or unpaid, you still get to do your 20 hours a week. Does that make you happy? Yeah, I think I have to give you some good news, right? Okay, suspension. A student on suspension has no legal status since they're no longer an active student. Students have 150 days to do one of the following, okay? So if you get suspended from the school, you're not going to school. Your study permit is to go to school. So you see how that's a conflict. So you have a couple options. The first one is leave the country. I don't recommend that one. So you can change status to another temporary resident permit. You're not going to get a work permit, I'm just telling you. That's a visional dream, but you can get a visitor visa. So I'm on suspension. I don't know what I could have done for suspension, but I'm on suspension from the school. I can apply for a visitor visa, and then after my suspension's over, I can apply to go back to school, or you can transfer to another college or university, depending on what has happened and why you've been suspended. But suspension means you can't go to school. Okay, so those are your options. And when it comes to this, you know, you really want to be dealing with the college to say, what can I do? You're having an issue, go to student services. What can I do? I'm having trouble in this class. What can I do? So the problem we have is students really just, they get depressed and they have anxiety and they just don't deal with it. But here, I'm sure that whether you're paying yourself, but I'm going to say most of the time it's parents paying, they're going to be so annoyed if you do not get help, okay? So just remember, reach out to the school because we're here to help you. Okay, extensions on study permits. So it's going to tell you, right, you need to extend your study permit. You go to your GC account and you just do the extension. Upload the documents that are required. Now, a lot of people think you need a letter from the school, but the government has your letter because they gave it to you. So you don't need a school letter to do that. You just, now say for an example, I failed a few classes, so maybe I get something from the school on that part, but a lot of times your study permit just does not last long enough. So you just say, you know, you could just add in an explanation letter, you know, why you need it to be extended. Because, you know, not that you're international students, but, you know, even students, my daughter's first year at Brock, I paid for nothing because she had to redo the whole year. But the good thing was she was a domestic student, and so it's not a big deal. For you guys, it's a big deal, okay? So what I'm saying is failure happens, but you only fail if you give up. So the key is, you know, we want to just move on. And so any issues you're having, please reach out to the school. We're here to help. Restoration of status. Okay, this becomes a serious matter, and this has happened in the past. This college, other colleges, in work permits, what's happened is, for an example, your study permit was renewed on June 6th, but it's a J. You're new to Canada. You thought it's July. Now it's July 2nd, and you realize you don't have any status in Canada. You need to apply for restoration, and while that restoration's happening, you can't work, you can't go to school, and you can't leave Canada, okay? So what I'm saying is people, this is like a bad situation. And if more than 90 days have passed since you've have no status, they tell you must leave Canada. Okay, that's how serious it is. So you realize, and now the school will be also in touch with you that you have no status. Do not work. Do not go to school. Apply for restoration. You have to wait the time out. And maybe it won't be 4 or 5 months now that, you know, Trudeau has hired more people, but in the past it's been up to 5 months. So that's why it's really, really important that you keep track of your status. Okay, so here it says submit an application within 90 days of losing their status. Keep meeting the requirements for their stay. And that doesn't mean go to school, okay? It just means don't break the law, okay? And then it says meet all the conditions listed on their permit and pay restoration fees, remain in Canada. And then it says at the bottom, cannot work or continue school. So it kind of confuses you when it goes through that, but it just means maintain all other obligations that you have in Canada. So during this time, you will not be able to go to school, and you will not be able to work. In a case like this, I believe that the school would give a deferral. And so your classes can continue once you have status again, okay? So we never want to get to the point of restoration, okay? So we always want to think that we want to be checking. And now here's a very common thing, and I'm just going to tell you, I have had so many applications from detentions to sponsorships to medical exams where IRCC, Immigration Refugee Citizen Canada, has put the wrong name on it. Elmira became Elvira, even though they have her passport. So we have to get the documents amended. There's no cost to amend the documents. You can only amend your documents while you still have status. If that document is expired, you can't. So what you want to do is send a copy of your passport, and you want to upload it, and you want to send it to the web form, and they will correct your information, or you could see someone that's licensed to deal with this. But you want to amend your documents. Could be your date of birth, but we usually find it's names. Okay, so if there's an error and the error is immigration, refugee, citizen, Canada's fault, they will amend the application at no cost to you. Okay, but it must have status. Okay, so that talks about visitor records. So a visitor record's what you get when you visit. Okay, and then we have your study permit, your work permit, your postgraduate, your co-op. If any of them have the wrong name, if you have an issue with that, that's something I could just show you how to upload and fix it. Wrong date of birth, all these things will affect you down the road. So, you know, if you have those issues, I'm in the office here on Wednesdays, and my door is always open, okay? From 11 till 1. And if I have people here till 2:30, I stay till 2:30, so you don't have to worry. Or you can reach me online, and I'm on 11:30 to 1:30 a.m., Monday, Tuesday. That's India time, morning, okay? Or Nepal time or Sri Lankan time. It's all very close in time. And then the rest of the week, Wednesday I'm here, Thursday and Friday I'm online from 11 to 1. So if you have a question, please just reach out to me. And that's on the Adobe, and it's immigration. And they have the different hours, so not only can you talk to someone from immigration, student services, they have all kinds of things. If you have a question, you could just come in during that time and ask. Okay. Okay, can a student who study in only in Canada? So this is International Language Academy for students that are studying English, and we already know that that's no, okay? And usually you come in to take English, it's 6 months. And then you go into your prerequisite course. Okay, so students' academic and personal challenges. So where we have challenges is a low GPA. And you know what? It's very stressful to go to school in another country. Whether you speak the language or not, I could just tell you I know it's stressful. Both my children were international students in Germany and France. They didn't speak French and they didn't speak German, but guess what? They do now. And so when they went there, when I even went to visit, I went to a store in Paris looking for icing. I was drawing pictures, everything. Nobody could help me. I had to go back to my daughters and have her come with me to get icing for a cake. So don't think that, you know, because we're Canadians, we don't see how hard it is, because, you know, we've done things and lived in other countries and we understand. And so, you know, if you're having an issue, you know, reach out to us because we're here. So low GPA could affect your postgraduate work permit, failed courses, personal issues, illnesses, and financial problems. The school's here to help you sort out all of these, okay? So, you know, my mother's ill and I have to go home. And here's my documentation. The school will give you the deferral, but those documentations are very important when you apply for your postgraduate open work permit, that you show that this is what happened. And, you know, mental illness is very big. Anxiety, depression, like, you know, for many years it was hidden in Canada, but no more. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. And if you're struggling, you know, you need to get the help here and you need the support. So, you know, missing your family is very difficult. My daughters never missed me at all, I'll just tell you. They were so happy to be away from me. But maybe you guys are missing your family. So any of those problems, you know, the school is here to understand and help you, okay? So you're not getting something, you know, maybe there's someone in the class that can help you. So we want to just say, you know, we can't help you if we don't know about it. Immigration issues, come to me. Student issues, co-op issues, there's great people at the college and they're really here to support you. Okay, so here we're just talking about COVID-19, and this is all the old stuff, and the new stuff is going to be coming further on. So now, even if you have COVID, I don't know if you heard this, but I heard the news this morning, I could still go to work. So what is that, right? It really concerns me. They don't recommend you go to work, but if you have no symptoms, send your children to school. So I think this is constantly changing, so it's really hard to update you on that. The only thing I can definitely say is you must be fully vaccinated to enter Canada. Unless you're a Canadian citizen and returning home, in which case you were quarantining, but now I don't even know about that. So it seems if you have COVID and you have no symptoms, now that's the government policy. I don't know the school policy. So, you know, I would check with that policy, right? Okay, online, applying online. Okay, so you can apply online for your study permit. You can apply online for your extension, and you go to your CG account, and you just upload the documents, fill them up, and then just upload. You can upload as many documents as required. But I'm going to say if you're refused for any reason, recommendation, if you've been refused an application, do it on paper. And the difference between paper and online is online we have a computer named Al, and Al makes all the decisions logically. But if you have an issue and you're doing it on paper, it's a human being that looks at those documents. And so does that make a difference? I say it does, okay? Because computers don't have any compassion. Because it's not built in. I'm sure they might be able to build it in some days. So if you get refused for anything, apply on paper. Or I'm going to say if you're refused and you did it yourself, I highly recommend you hire someone. Because they're going to be able to take a look at the letter of why your refusal was, and they're going to be able to figure it out. And if you reapply again and you don't answer those issues, you're going to be refused again. So when a visa officer is refusing you, there's something in there that makes them think, number one, that you don't have enough money to go to school, or you're not going to leave Canada. Remember, as temporary people in Canada, the government wants to know that you're going to leave at the end of your stay. And since you haven't applied for permanent residence, it's very important that you always tell them you are leaving, right? And then once you have an application in, they might even ask you, what if this application is not successful? Then you're going to say, I'm going home, okay? You can't ever say to CBSA, well, you know, I'm going to stay because I have an application in for permanent resident, because that decision hasn't been made, and that officer will stop you from coming into Canada because they will not believe you're going to leave at the end of your stay. So just something to think about that we don't really think about. Okay. And here we're talking about online studies and people that would be eligible for the postgraduate work permit. So I don't think this is still ongoing, but if you went to school in 2020 and you went online, we're counting it. But now we're in 2022 and you're new, so I don't think so. So when you get your study permit, I mean, you guys are here, but if you're talking to any of your friends that have it that are delaying their trip, don't delay it. Canada Immigration thinks if you're coming to school in Canada, you should be here, okay? Okay, so here it says apply for a study permit before starting the program. Well, you have to apply for a study permit before you start the program, right? But saying you're switching programs or you're doing something else, if you even change in colleges, you just have to notify them on the website. Give the new DLI and the new letter of acceptance. You don't have to reapply for everything. So they've made it a lot easier for international students. But the thing that you want to think about, you know what? I went to this college, I'm not happy, I'm going to transfer out. Well, when you transfer from one college to the other, they don't accept all your credits. So this is a big thing, right? Like I decided I'm here, but you know, I want to go to school in Vancouver because I want to be by the ocean. But when I'm transferring my credits, this new college is only going to accept 3 out of my 12 credits. Is it worth transferring? It's better to finish the course and then move to Vancouver, okay? Because even universities, a lot of the credits aren't transferable. And I think, you know, because the curriculum's a little bit different, they just don't do it. Okay, so this is previous, right? So 12 months or longer should have been programs started before May 2020 can complete, okay? So if you had a 12-month or longer course and you started before May 2020, you can complete it online because you weren't able to come to Canada and still get the postgraduate open work permit. Now, that doesn't apply to if you started school in 2022, September. Just so we want to know, but for those that did. And here's the latest regulation, new requirements for travel to Canada international students. And this is the latest that I found online. As of January 15th, 2022 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Times, all travelers must qualify as a fully vaccinated traveler to enter Canada. Valid work studies and valid letters of acceptance from a DLI, Designated Learning Institute, and we have a number. You are enrolled at, so this is Lambton College, proof you have enough money to support yourself and your family members. So Say for an example, you're here, but you want to bring your spouse, okay? So what we're looking at for immigration says your course should be paid for the first year. You should have $10,000 for yourself. If for the second person, you should have $4,000, whether that's a spouse or a child, and then every other person, $3,000. So if I was going to bring a family of 4, immigration would want to see $20,000. And not $20,000 that's in my home account, but $20,000 that I can transfer. Okay, so they're looking for those things. And if you don't show them when you're applying for an application, then you will be refused. So they look that you have enough money to support yourself, enough money to go to school. Okay, and that you are attending school. And now I have questions. I know somebody has a question. Come on, one question. Any concerns? Nothing? Wow, you're a tough crowd. Okay, so what I'm going to say, any issues with immigration, please feel free to come to us because we don't get paid to give you this advice by you. And so that makes it, you know, no conflict. And we're always here to give you the best advice to make sure that your stay in Canada is successful. And so for those that have already been here, you've already been welcome to Canada. Anyone come new starting this semester? Welcome to Canada. We have one. Okay, so if you have no questions, I'm going to leave, and I got to go because I'm online at 11 o'clock. Have a great day.
Thank you, Melissa. So Melissa has her own schedule on the campus. If you have some questions with study permit and any immigration documents, please email her. Her email is available in Moodle. Anyway, let's go to our next speaker from Co-op and Career Services. Let's welcome Mr. Peter Tellis Langdon. Let's give a round of applause for Peter.
Good morning. I hate these things, but they won't let me put it down because we're connected to YouTube and you've got to be... I guess I don't need this while I'm doing it. I'm Peter Tellis Langdon. I'm a co-op and career advisor here at Lambton College. Welcome to Canada. Good morning. Bonjour. Buenos dias, guten morgen, dobro utro, buongiorno, bom dia, e gahana, sobba hekir, salam alaikum, namaste, sat sri akal, vanakkam, magandang umaga, ciao boy sang, anayong haseo, Ni hao. And for our director, Calamera. Did I get everybody? If I missed your language, by all means, email me. I will add it to my collection. I like to be able to say good morning, hello, in the right language. Okay, as I said, I'm a co-op and career advisor here at the college. These are your co-op and career advisors. We have Brian Messias, who's the manager, and he covers CCBT, SCMT, FQST. We have Diana McLennan, who does BMAT, CPCT, CPMT. Pamela Chan, who does MADT, MMDT, MMPT, PMIT, PMLT. It's tough saying all these little acronyms. And I was hoping Pamela would be here, but she's not, but okay. We have me, Peter Tellis Langdon. I do BMHT, CSAT, and FPWT. And we have Andrea Spence, who does AIMT, OHST, and QEMT. And if you're not any of those and you still want help from the co-op and career people, just email career@cestarcollege.com. That goes to all of us. Someone will give you a hand. We are here to serve. Okay, what do? Well, we do one-on-one appointments. If you need answers, come and see us. That's what we're here for. We do resume critiquing, cover letter critiquing, job search assistance. It can be a little different here than it was back home. That's what we're here for, to help you with that. Online presence feedback, interview preparation, and we do mock interviews. Yes, doing a job interview can be very scary, but it doesn't have to be. Come and talk to us. We'll coach you through it. We'll help you walk in relaxed, ready to go. Okay, our role. Advisors, we provide career employment advice to all students. We assist with resumes, cover letters, job search documents, interview techniques, assessment of the suitability of the work term employment opportunities, and we monitor the co-op work term. So if you're not sure if your job is going to be accepted for a co-op, come and talk to us. That's what we're here for. We do ongoing development and delivery of the CPP 1001 co-op preparation course. Everybody takes it in term 2. A lot of good information. We conduct classroom visits in term 3 for all those students that are about to go into co-op. Give them a little extra information. It's always good to be in the know. We do career services. We'll help you with marketing materials, job searches, certainly your online presence. How many of you have LinkedIn? That's good. How many of you have Facebook, Twitter, FBI, IGA, all those? There's so many of them. And one of the things I tell my students in the CPP 1001 co-op preparation course is be aware of what you have put online. Always be professional. You may have put your settings so that only Aunt Edna can see your Facebook page, and you wanted to impress her by showing her, I can guzzle a barrel of beer. Cool picture. Yeah, don't bet on it. Those things get hacked regularly. There are employers out there that walk into their IT team and go, I got a 6-pack of beer for the first person who can hack into this account. Yeah, someone's going to look at it. If it's online, people will see it. Be aware. If there's things you don't want an employer to see, don't put them online. Okay. And yeah, we do one-on-one appointments. To get an appointment, if you want to come and talk to your co-op advisor, there are 2 ways. The first way is through the My Career Center. You go into My Career, you book your appointment. Simple. If there are no appointments available, okay, in the last 4 years, I've had 2 days that actually filled up. There's appointments available. But if for some reason you can't book online, email us your name, student number, the program name, why you need to meet with us. If it's a simple question, I'll just email you back, save the time. But if you need to meet with us, we can book it in for you. And don't forget to tell us when you're available. Because if you don't give me a date, I'll book you on a day you don't want. I have a gift for that. So how do we do this? This is the My Career Center. Become familiar with it. You're going to be using it. more than you think. And you go to co-op. Huh, go figure. And then you can scroll down to appointments. Go figure. And then click book by provider. And then you can scroll through the names and find the person you want. And if it's me that you want, oh, look, I'm there. Yeah, you can find me. You can also find all the other co-op advisors. And once you click on that, you'll see the open available slots. You can pick the one you want, fill it in, and you're good. I tend to email all of my students with confirmation once I've seen it in there and made sure it's all booked properly. Okay, your My Lambton email. All of us will communicate with you through your My Lambton email. Okay? You should be checking your My Lambton email regularly, because that's how we communicate. All the co-op information that you're going to want to know about gets sent to your, say it with me now, My Lambton email. Career services and co-op questions must come through your, very good. What a sharp crowd. Yes, it's got to go through your My Lambton email. We don't respond to personal email addresses. Well, actually, I do. When someone sends me a question from their personal email, I send back, please communicate with me through your My Lambton email. To save that, just use your My Lambton email. So, set up your email for success. Your My Lambton email, it's a normal email account, just like everybody else. You can set up a signature. That means you've got something that goes out to every email that you send. So include your name. Yes, I have a gift for stating the blatantly obvious. Duh. Your name and your student number and your program. Those are the things that we need to find you in the system, find the problem that you're having, fix the problem that you're having, and get back to you saying, it's all fixed, yay! Without that information, suddenly it becomes a lot more difficult. I got to start digging, trying to figure out who you are, what program you're in, where you are in the system. I triage my emails. I'll get 60, 70 emails a day. So, I scan through them quickly. If it's something I can answer quick and easy, it goes out of the way. If it's going to take more time, okay, I'll get to that when I have more time. You know how often I get more time? Don't I wish? But I triage my emails. If you want to get dealt with quickly, efficiently, right away, make sure you have your full name, your student number, and your program in your signature, and then I can go right to where I need to go to help you. Any of that's missing? Don't expect a reply quickly. Technically, I can take up to 5 business days to respond. Most we get back to students within 24, 48 hours. I do my best to get back to students within 5 minutes. I kind of pride myself on that. But if you don't have your name, student number, and program, bye-bye 5 minutes. So set it up for success. Put the information into your email so that when you're communicating, we can help you quickly. Expectations on your work term. Well, you have to complete the co-op contract with start and end dates. They have to be correct. You must complete the hours for a 4-month co-op. Co-op is 4 months. Now, in that 4 months, you do have to meet the minimum 420 hours. There is no maximum. And you still have to do 4 months. Too many students call me up and going, I did my 420 hours, can I quit now? No, you have a 4-month co-op. And you have to get at least 420 hours. Shouldn't be hard, not in 4 months. You have to work 30 to 40 hours a week, no more, no less. Somewhere between 30 and 40 hours for co-op. Your co-op work permit is separate from your student visa. So you have to do your 30 to 40 hours for co-op. If you want, you can still do 20 hours a week part-time. You know, everybody likes their survival job. Please keep in mind, working 60 hours a week will make you look like me. Don't do it. It's a quick way to make yourself sick. So use this. Well, you're this, not this one. This one's empty. You have to do the online Moodle modules. Yes, while you're on co-op, you still have schoolwork to do. And it's on Moodle. They're not rocket science. Please read the instructions. For co-op, there is a minimum word count. On all of the Moodle assignments, it will show you the minimum word count. Don't meet the minimum word count, don't pass. Yikes. Read the instructions. And all of the Moodle modules must be submitted to get a pass for co-op. Okay, the co-op preparation course. All students in a co-op program are required to take CPP 1001 in Term 2. It's a 10-week course. And it's probably one of the most valuable courses you're going to take. Looking for work is a pain. It's not easy. It's different in North America than it is in a lot of countries. Welcome to North America. Applicant tracking systems are everywhere. At one time, only the big companies had them. But nowadays, for $5.95 a month, you too can access an applicant tracking system. Or, you know, if you're like me, too cheap to spend $5.95 a month, you can download the free trial version that lets you hire up to 2 people. Applicant tracking systems are everywhere. Even tiny shops have them. And if your resume and cover letter is not designed to get past an applicant tracking system, no human gets to see it. You'd have a lot of waiting to do. So in that 10 weeks, you're going to learn a lot of very valuable stuff. It is a graded course, so you want to do well, please listen to the instructor. Too many students go, hey, I Googled how to make a resume. How come I got 0? Well, you used a template and they won't get past an applicant tracking system. You should have listened to the instructor. It does cover important topics: co-op approvals, policies and co-op search resources, marketing materials like your resume, cover letter, your online profile. Yeah, we're going to look at that. I'm going to Google you. Be aware. We'll talk about networking skills, market search, and job search strategies. So become familiar with the My Career website. There's a lot of important stuff there for you that you're going to be using. You can book appointments with advisors. Part-time position postings are under Career Services, not co-op, Career Services for the part-time jobs. We post events, job fairs. It's all under Career Services. And the co-op job postings are not under Career Services, they're under co-op, because they're co-op job postings. So this is the login page for the Lambton My Career system. Your username or your student ID is your student ID number. So become familiar with your student ID number. You're going to be using it. The password is the same as your My Lambton email, not Moodle. Moodle is different. So you need your student number and your, yeah, keep saying that. Okay. So when you get in, you'll see a page like this. You can see the arrows pointing to career services. You want to go in there to connect with career services. Part-time job postings, things like that are under career services. Good to become familiar with. But if you want me, or somebody like me, go to co-op. That's where you can find the co-op job postings. You won't be able to see them until you're in your third term. They don't become visible until you're getting close to co-op. And appointments, if you need to meet with one of us, click on appointments. We've already talked about that. You know, go through it and find the person you need. We do career fairs. There are employer showcases and expos. We do co-op job fairs here on a regular basis. They have been online. Some are coming back. Some will stay online. Welcome to the hybrid world. Everything is, I don't know. It's either here or there. There are external fairs, and we try and post those on the My Career system as well. Lots of information about the jobs that are available. Talk to your co-op advisor and make sure you have a resume that will actually get into the hands of a human and not going, delete. We're going to talk a lot about networking, and that's what you need to access the hidden job market. The example we have here is the iceberg. Now, I'm guessing none of you have seen an iceberg. They don't have them in southern India. Gee, what a shame, eh? Well, you all know what happened to, the Titanic. You've heard of the Titanic, right? They were sailing along, and they saw this tiny little chunk of ice. And went, oh, we can get past that. No, you can't, because only the little tip of the iceberg is visible. Underneath, there's a whole lot more ice. And of course, the Titanic sunk. You want to be able to access the hidden job market, the jobs that nobody sees. What are those jobs? Well, understand employers, they don't want to post a job. That means I got to sit down, write out a whole job ad, try and describe the perfect employee. Yeah, that's like trying to find the perfect boyfriend. Yeah, look at the laughter. Or the perfect husband. You could ask my wife if I'm perfect, and then you'd have to pick her off the floor from laughing so hard. Perfect. But employers are going to try for the perfect employee. They'll write an ad that only, a god would be able to fill. And then they got to pay someone to post it on their website. No employer likes that. The average response to an ad on Indeed is 868. That's a lot of resumes. And that's just average. What if it's a really good job? Now, an applicant tracking system, that can shrink that number down to 300. Would you want to read 300 resumes? No. Anybody want to read? No. Neither do employers. It's so much easier for an employer to turn to their team and go, do you know anybody who can do this job? Can you recommend someone? Have them send me the resume. So much simpler. I don't have to write out. I don't have to pay to have it posted. I don't have to deal with 800 resumes. I'm just going to talk to people. Networking is how you access those jobs. These are the jobs that come up before they're posted. You'll hear about it. You'll get a chance to apply for it. It might never make it on Indeed. accessing the hidden job market, big, big skill to have. This is where you're going to find the best jobs, the best paid jobs for co-ops. This is where you're going to find the co-op that's going to become a great first step to an amazing career. 5 years down the road, you're going to be making obscene amounts of money. And when that happens, come back and buy me lunch. So basic job search, yeah, online job boards. People go there all the time. That's the visible job market. And, you know, there's Google, social media like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, advertisements, agencies. These are all the visible jobs that, yeah, you should look at. Nothing wrong with looking at them. There's job search sites like Indeed, Aluda, the Job Bank, LinkedIn, Job Monster. If you go online, there's a ton of job sites. Yeah, they're worth looking at. But networking is way better. It's the best way to access the hidden job market. Now, networking it's meeting new people. It's making connections, making friends. Do you have enough friends? I bet you could use one more, yeah. Building and maintaining relationships, keeping in contact, it's ongoing. It's reciprocating, sharing your skills, gaining some skills, you know. And it's being authentic, being real. You need to connect with people, talk with them, share your thoughts, get to know them, have them get to know you. Those are the people that when the boss comes in and says, do you know anybody who can do this job? They're the ones who are going to go, oh yeah, I know someone. I know this student who's looking for a co-op and they really know their stuff. They'd be amazing. And then, of course, you get the boss who goes, co-op? Co-op. I don't know if we do co-ops. Well, yeah, some bosses don't understand. You may need to explain it to them. What could be better? A co-op lets the employer test drive an employee for 4 months. So many employers, they put a job ad out, they go through a bunch of resumes, they talk to someone for 15, 20 minutes, okay, hire them, and 3 days down the road they're going, oh, wrong choice, oh, now how do I get this person to leave? It's stressful, poor employers. But with co-op, they get to try a potential employee out for 4 months. And at the end of the 4 months, if they don't want to hire them, they don't have to fire them. They just smile and go, oh, co-op's over, bye. But at the end of 4 months, if they go, what, you're leaving? You can't leave, we're not done with you yet. We want to keep you. All they have to do is offer you a full-time job and you can use that to get your postgraduate work permit and keep going. It's the best way to get amazing jobs. If you've networked, found the right job, use a co-op to get your foot solidly in the door and have it turn into a great career. Co-op's a big plus. Networking is not shaking as many hands as possible. It's not asking for a job. Okay, you don't go to a networking event and go, can I have a job? No. Okay. Can I have a job? No. Can I have a job? Nobody's interested in that. The easiest answer to someone saying, can I have a job, is no. Networking is getting to know people. It's not a scripted process. It's not the same for every job seeker. It doesn't happen instantly. You can start networking through the GTA and Canada now. Get to know people. Get to know people in your industry. There's lots of resources to help you for networking. There's Young Professionals Network of Ontario, the Hip House, Meetup, 10,000 Coffees. If you Google it, you'll find even more. There's lots of things that will help you to network. LinkedIn was designed for networking. Get to know your LinkedIn and start using it. Start making connections with people in your field. For the online job search, Indeed, Aluda, LinkedIn, Talenteg, there's tons of online job sites, and you can surf through all the jobs that are there, and you can filter them, and it's a bit of work, but it'll give you an idea. And local events, you can go to Eventbrite, the Canadian Job Expo. There's a thing called Peter's New Jobs, no relation. Email etiquette. Start practicing now. Okay? It's important to send professional emails as part of your job application. This is the first impression they get of you, even before they look at your resume. Not always, but a lot of times. Use spell check. Use Grammarly. If English is not your first language, Grammarly is a free download from the college. Make sure that your grammar and spelling are correct in any emails you send to anyone. Too often I have seen emails that come out like Mongo the Neanderthal. Me work good, want job, yes? No, I'm sorry, no. No Mongo, you're not getting a job. Using Grammarly and spell check will clean things up. If it's a really important email, use Grammarly, spell check, and then get a friend to double check it. Someone else's eyes will see the things that your eyes don't. Because your eyes are seeing what your brain thinks should be there. And that's not always the case. So when emailing, ensure that you're referring to the individual in the appropriate manner. You can only use a person's first name if they have given you permission to use it. So if you're going to send an email to me, if you haven't met me and had permission to use my first name, it would be Dear Mr. Tellis Langdon. Yes, it's a big last name. It was my dad's. I'm stuck with it. Aren't you glad my wife and I didn't hyphenate our last names? Name with 2 hyphens in it? Whoa, that'd be big. Never send a blank email. Always include text in your email and briefly explain why you are contacting the person. Practice with college staff if you're emailing an instructor, if you're emailing me or one of the other co-op advisors. Practice good email etiquette. Quite often, I don't even look at the title on an email. I'm going through 70 emails, I'm clicking on them and reading them. And once in a while, I'll click on something and it's a blank page. And I'm going, what the? Oh, there's an entire sentence in the title. I gotta dig to find that. And yes, it's irritating. Guess how long it takes me to get back to that student? We won't go there. They're still waiting. Cover letters, important. Cover letters are there to inspire an employer to want to meet you. Yeah, you. Yikes, eh? Students seem to think when you're emailing out to an employer, okay, your resume is an attachment, the cover letter is the body of the email, and you email that out to the employer. And students seem to think that when an employer gets that, they're going to read the cover letter and then open and read the resume. No, nobody does that. They're going to open that email and glance at the top line of your cover letter, and it had better tell me what the heck you're emailing me for. If it doesn't tell me what job you're applying for, odds are I'm just going to hit delete and go to the next. Do employers do that? The average response to an ad on Indeed is 868. You bet. Do I lose potentially good employees? Possibly, but it sure beats reading 800 resumes. If there's any problem, bye-bye, you're done. So they're going to look at that top line, find out what it is you're applying for. They're going to open the resume. They're going to scan that quickly. You got 3 to 8 seconds. If I don't see anything I need, I hit delete and go to the next. Now, if I see what I need, if there's good skills and certifications, okay, you've got some education and you actually learned something there, that's cool. And oh, you have some work experience, some of it relates, some of it doesn't, okay. Oh, and you've done some volunteer work, so you're a reasonably nice person, okay. Yeah, you're qualified. Now I'm going to go look at the cover letter. But the question has changed. I'm not looking to see if you're qualified. I saw that on your resume. I'm wondering, who are you? What kind of person are you? Are you going to get along with my team? Are you that guy that when I pull into my parking spot Monday morning, I'm going to go, oh no, I have to go deal with him again. I don't want to hire that guy. I want to hire someone who believes in what they do, has a vision, has the inspiration. I want to hire the person who jumps out of bed Monday morning going, yes, I get to go back to work. I want to hire that guy. Your cover letter needs to show me why I'd hire you versus any of these other people that are equally qualified. Be aware, employers all know the story of the guy who had a small computer company. He had 6 employees, and he thought, I can hire one more. So he put an ad out on Indeed, and he got hundreds of applications. Oh my God, I'm going to spend weeks going through these. So he started going through them quickly, scanning them quickly, looking at them, and he came across one. This guy had 3 PhDs. He had a doctorate in computer sciences, a doctorate in physics, and a doctorate in mathematics. He was brilliant. So he hired him. And the next day, his other 6 employees walked into his office and said, you can't pay me enough to work with that guy. We quit. Business folded. Doesn't matter how good you are if you're not going to fit with my team. If you don't have the right attitude, if you're not going to get along with people, doesn't matter how qualified you are, I don't want you in my shop. Now, if you've got the right attitude, maybe you don't have all the qualifications, but you've got the right mindset, you've got the passion, you've got the inspiration, no problem. I can teach you what you don't know if you have the right attitude. When you're applying, if they don't say send a cover letter, send a cover letter. A good cover letter can be like the key to whatever door you want. Resume is a factual document. It tells me what your qualifications are, what your experience is, what you've learned. All your what goes into your resume. Your cover letter needs to show me who I'm hiring. Because if I hire you, I'm going to have to look at that face 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's more time than I spend with my family. If you're not a nice person, I don't want to do that. Cover letters are really important. When in doubt, send a cover letter. If an employer says, don't send a cover letter, okay, do what the employer says. But if they don't specify that, always add in a cover letter. It can make a huge difference. Did I get? Oh, yeah. Memorize that bottom line. Nobody buys what you do, they buy why you do it. Your resume is your what, your cover letter shows your why. Nobody buys what you do, they buy why you do it. Resumes, well, it's to show them what skills you have, show them how great you are, what you know, what you've learned. They can be very different here than they are from ones back home. Here, we're always dealing with applicant tracking systems. I've seen resumes from back home with smiling pictures, telling me what your parents do, where you live. Okay. Nobody cares. I don't care if you're married, have kids. I don't care if you won the dance competition, if you're applying for a computer programming job, because you're not dancing on the computer. I hope. 1 or 2 pages only. I know some of you have lots of experience, but please keep in mind, as wonderful as you are, as amazing as your life has been, nobody wants to read your autobiography. Not unless your name's Oprah. Anybody here called Oprah? Oh, good. Always include a letterhead, information at the top. Don't use headers. Applicant tracking systems cannot read in headers or footers. They don't print out what they don't read. I've had employers complain that they got a resume, the person had all sorts of skills, but no contact information. I don't know who they were. Too bad. That's what my delete button's for. Bye-bye. Don't use headers or footers. Tailor the document to each specific position. Job description, company, show value for the employer. Look at the job ad, see what words they're using, and just tweak the resume so that your words match their words, because their computer's going to be looking for their words, not what you thought. Always look for the key words. And don't use headers, footers, text boxes, fancy bullets, borders, extra lines across the page. Don't try to make it look pretty. The machine that's going to read it doesn't like pretty. It won't like you, it won't like you, it won't like you, it won't like you, or your resume. Doesn't like pretty. You'll learn a lot more about this in CPP 1001. If you get me started, I'd go all day. What's the thing that's being blocked by the sun? Avoid online templates. Don't use a template. Yes, they're all over Google and Yahoo and wherever you go. There's people with, this is the perfect template. It'll get past an applicant tracking system. Well, there's hundreds of applicant tracking systems out there. They're all similar, but they're based on different original platforms. They all read differently. If a template gets past one applicant tracking system, there's no guarantee it'll get past the next. Don't use templates. Just type it out in a sans serif font. You can Google that. Single space, the simpler it is, the easier it will get past the machine. And when it gets into the hands of a hiring manager, they don't care if you put cool little graphics, fancy lines, pretty pictures. They're looking for information they can grasp quickly and easily in 3 to 8 seconds. You got a whole bunch of pictures and graphics and stuff in there? They don't care. And those graphics might have the machine delete you early. Keep it plain, keep it simple. The important answer is to answer, why should I hire you? No one's hiring your skills, they're hiring you, a person. You got to show them that you're the right person. So focus on what benefits are for them in hiring you. Show the value you bring to the position by showing the value you have gained from previous experience. I've seen students write in cover letters, my skills would improve so much by working for you, I'd become a better person. And the employers that read that go, I don't care. I'm not hiring you for what you will gain. I'm hiring you for what you're offering me. For co-op, you have to figure out, are you eligible? You must have a program cumulative grade point average of 2.8 or above. Anything below that doesn't qualify. You have to be enrolled in and have successfully completed all program courses before the co-op start and successfully completed the CPP 1001 co-op preparation course. And of course, you have to have all your fees paid. Your eligibility will be determined at the end of term 2. So you must have a cumulative grade point average of 2.8 or better by the end of term 2. If you're a tiny bit short, okay, during your break, you could do a makeup course. If you can get your GPA up to 2.8 or better before term 3 starts, you can be considered for co-op. Smart people, make sure at the end of term 2 they have 2.8 or better. Okay, term 1. It's based on your study permit. You can do part-time work. You can do employment in your field or something that's program related. That's what's recommended. You should maintain a 2.8 GPA. There's no restriction on the type of work. You can do any job you want. Yes, a lot of people go for a survival job. Serving coffee at Tim Hortons, sandwiches at Subway, flipping burgers at McDonald's. Some money is better than no money. And yeah, McDonald's isn't a bad job. Keep in mind studying is priority. Don't let it interfere with your grades and assignments. It's never too early to think about co-op. Always keep that in the back of your mind. That's your best chance for getting an amazing job. Term 2, basically the same, but you will be doing the CPP co-op preparation course. Learning a lot about resumes and cover letters and job search and networking and all that really cool stuff. Yes, resumes are cool. Then you go into your break. You can, again, do full-time work during your official break, which is great because that's more money. Smart people try and find it in their field. This is a great time to really ramp up your networking, getting to know employers, searching the companies that you want to work for, getting connected with them. All that opportunity is during your break. There are job fairs that will go on that you can access. If you need makeup courses, volunteering is a great way to get some Canadian experience. When you're doing your resume, even a Tim Hortons serving coffee job. You all know who Tim Hortons is? You've all been here long enough to go for coffee? Yeah. So many students go, I don't want to put my Tim Hortons job on my resume because I'm going for computer software developer. Okay, employers are smart enough to recognize transferable skills. If you worked at Tim Hortons, I know you understand cash, debit, credit, because it's all, being served. I know you have some customer service skills, because guaranteed, sooner or later, Toronto's biggest, think of a nasty word, is going to come into your Tim Hortons. And no matter how obnoxious they are, you're going to stand there going, yes, sir, thank you, sir, have a nice day, sir, bye-bye now. You have customer service skills. I know if you worked at Tim Hortons, you know how to show up on time. Because if you're half a second late, that big lady that you're replacing who's a single mom and has 3 kids at home is going to get in your face and go, you can't be late, I got kids watching more. You know how to show up on time. Yes, survival jobs have values on a resume. They may not relate, but employers are smart enough to recognize transferable skills. So during your break, full-time work, you want to be looking for your co-op. It's a great chance to meet with your co-op advisor. Make sure your resume is perfect, that your cover letter is inspirational, that it's going to be amazing. And then you go to term 3, back to part-time work, active job search. This is where you really need to be ramping up and filling out your work term record on the My Career system. This is where you get your co-op confirmed, approved, and all into place so that once term 4 starts, you can walk right into that amazing job. There is no restriction on the type of work during term 3 because it's, again, study permit, so survival job. And you should be actively networking and following up with employers. And then you get to term 4, co-op work permit. You'd better have one. If you don't have one now, start talking to our co-op advisor or immigration consultants. Get that paperwork done. Make sure you have your co-op work permit. You will be working full-time, 30 to 40 hours a week. And it's got to be in your field. It must be related to your program. You'll get to see your program's VLO, or vocational learning outcomes. Any co-op position must meet at least 50% of your program's VLO. They do have to be approved by your co-op advisor, and this has to be all done before term 4 begins. So get to know the dates, make sure you know the deadlines, get your stuff in and filled out well ahead of time. So, co-op, you must be enrolled in and have successfully completed all program courses before co-op, have a program cumulative grade point average of 2.8, and have successfully completed the CPP 1001 and have your fees paid. Colleges are picky about those fees. If you do not qualify, you will automatically be moved to Work Integrated Learning, or WIL project. And you'll learn more about that later in the term. Okay. Again, work permit. You will need a co-op work permit. So make sure you've got that all set up and in line. If not, talk to a consultant. Make sure that you got that at least in process. You want to get it started early because it can take a long time. Let's face it, Immigration Canada is not an overnight thing. It's an over-year thing. Okay, any questions so far? Okay. The CPP 1001 course, take it seriously. There's a lot of things that people think are silly, but they're not. You know, I teach handshakes. Morning, how are you? Nice to meet you. How you doing? Yeah, okay. How you doing? Nice. Oh, that's what we call the princess. You know, a fingertip handshake. Morning, how are you? That's what we call the dead fish. Okay, come on, grip the hand. Hello, yeah, how are you? How you doing? Nice to meet you. Great smile. Is there any strength in that hand at all? Okay, how are you? You could do firmer than that. You want to match the person's grip. So whoever you're getting introduced to, you want to match their pressure. You're going to go far. How are you? And you're doing well? Nice to meet you. Great smile. These handshakes are getting better. I can't read that. You can shake her hand for me. Hello, ladies. Pleasure to meet you. You got a good handshake? That's a good handshake. You're hiding in the back. Am I that scary that... Yeah, I know I'm pretty spooky. I didn't forget you. Firmer. That's better. At least this time, nobody crushed my hand. But I have done this and ended up going, oh, let go, let go, let go. Shaking someone's hand correctly doesn't come naturally for everyone. Not being nervous in a job interview doesn't come naturally for everyone. Talking about what inspires you to be great in your field doesn't come naturally for everyone. In the CPP 1001 course, you're going to learn a lot more. We're going to learn how to shake hands, how to walk into a room, body language. We're going to learn about body language because it has been proven that when you walk into a job interview, the decision probably going to be made in the first 30 seconds. After that, it's just a lot of chat and stuff, but they've done studies, and what was it? I'm trying to remember the percentage. I think it was like 58, 60%. The decision is based on how you walked into the room, how you hold yourself. You're going to learn about power posing, things you can do before an interview to convince your own brain that you're amazing, that you've got talent, that they'd be lucky to have you. These things are going to be things that will help you throughout the rest of your life. And it may not be related to your program, but is it important? Big time. Knowing these things and being able to accomplish this stuff is going to make a huge difference for you moving forward. And, okay. If there are any questions, I know I'm a really scary person. Booga, booga, booga. Okay, well, if there's no questions, I'm out of here. Do feel free to visit us in the co-op office and make an appointment. And for all of you whose hands I shook, this is hand sanitizer. By all means, I do. Maybe you should too.
Thank you, Peter. That's an awesome session. All right. So before we end our morning sessions, we still have another one, student services. And after that, we have a quick break. Please proceed here at the cafeteria. We have some light refreshments for you guys. And then after the break, don't forget, we have the Meet Your Program Coordinator at 12:45. So there's a quick break. And also, don't forget to visit the different booths around, the different companies. I think there's some companies that also will be hiring, so also check that out. So now, before we go to our student services, I would like to invite our Director of Lambton College in Toronto, Mr. Michael Vrakis, for a few words.
Thank you, Nicholas. Welcome, students. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Great to have you here. Where are you from? India. Where else? Colombia. Buenos dias. Where else? Philippines. Excellent. Where else? Brazil. Excellent. I love Curitiba. Beautiful community. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Any other countries we missed? Nepal. Excellent. We're just starting to get students from Nepal. So my nephew was in Nepal for 6 months. Didn't want to come home. He loved it there. So excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director. And you've come to a great college. We've been here since summer of 2011. We started with one program and 30 students. Fast forward 11 years later, we currently have 6,000 students from 50 different countries. And since summer of 2011, we've had 18,600 graduates. So you're coming to a great, great college. And I can tell you, you're here for 3 major reasons. First of all our students are international, but the 3 reasons that they're here for: number 1, to get the 2-year credential, which gives them the 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number 2, get a job related to their program of studies. Number 3, get your permanent residency. Who's on that plan? Nobody? Who's on that plan? Hold on, who's on that plan? I want to see, yeah. Is there anyone who's not on that plan? Okay, so everyone here is here for the same reason. We're here to assist you with that. We have talented student services staff, co-op and career, corporate relations, tutoring center. You heard Peter, one of our co-op and career advisors, an excellent person with lots and lots of experience. There's a lot of people here who are cheerleading to make sure you're successful. We can't do your homework. You got to do it on your own. But we're here to help you because you are Canada's future leaders right here. Canada is a country that was made by immigrants. So this is why we're one of the top 7 countries in the world, and you're part of it. Along the way, there's going to be ups and downs, but I want to tell you that it's worth it, and we're here to assist you in any way possible, okay? Now, one of the things that I strongly recommend to you is to start networking early. Who's got LinkedIn? Okay. Invite me to your LinkedIn, because if I see that you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. Once you go on my LinkedIn, you're going to see over 10,000 students, graduates, employers, educators, instructors that are part of my site. And I want you to go out and ask them directly, how's Canada? How's this industry? How's Lambton College? How are the staff? How are this? How is that? Learn from the successes and failures from the people that started before you or are currently in the program. Please look at the power of networking. We are the largest institution for LinkedIn learning in North America, with over 15,000 courses available to our staff and students. Take advantage of it, okay? And take advantage of Grammarly Plus. We have Grammarly Premium, which we have for all our students, and you're gonna have access to LinkedIn Learning and Grammarly Premium till the semester, when you graduate. So you're starting now in fall. In winter 2024, in April 2024, you're done. That's when you'll be finished with your Grammarly Premium and your LinkedIn Learning. One comment about Grammarly, and you're going to listen to our staff, we're going to give you pointers. If you want a job, you got to get an interview. If you want an interview, you've got to submit a resume and cover letter. If it's full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors, you're going to get eliminated. There's 900 people applying for a job, they hire one person, okay? So it's very, very important that you're the right person that they select. And look at volunteering activities. We have co-curricular record. There's lots of volunteering activities, and there are lots of different clubs that we have available for you to get involved. These clubs aren't to waste your time. These clubs are for networking, so you can start to know the Canadian way of doing things, the way, the behavior that's expected in the workplace. You're all smart. We know that. You've got lots of talents, and you're bringing a lot to this country. We're here to make you realize, and we're here to help you, not realize, we're here to help you navigate these waters, which we call Canada. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. Come and see me at the reception. You can ask for any one of us. We're here to serve you, because without students, we wouldn't be successful. Thank you very much for choosing Lambton College in Toronto, and it gives me great pleasure to pass over our Senior Student Services Advisor, Tamara Eswick, who can speak to you on all the great things that Student Services can do for you. And also, we have with us today Dr. Nicole Pasquetta. It's her first day in Student Services. She's been teaching in her classrooms for a long, long time, and she has a wealth of knowledge and lots of things to present to you also when you see her. Thanks a lot. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to pass the baton over to Tamara.
Thank you, Michael. So before I start my presentation, you guys look a little bit tired and overwhelmed with information, so I'd like you all to stand up. Everyone stand up. Get some space for yourself. I'll ask my colleague Nicole to monitor. We're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game that I used to play as a child, so like a long time ago. And it's called Simon Says. Anybody heard of the game Simon Says? No, awesome. So here are the rules, okay? Simon says, if Simon says to do something, you do it. If you don't do it, that means you're out. If I say to do something and it's Simon didn't say to do it, then you're out. So for example, Simon says touch your head. Simon says touch your shoulders, touch your knees. All of you would be out because Simon never said to touch your knees. Okay? Get it? You ready? Okay, Simon says put your hands in the air. Simon says wave it around like you just don't care. Stop. Ah, Nicole, do you see any students that stopped? So if you stopped, have a seat. If you stopped, have a seat. Simon says stop waving your hands. Simon says turn around in a circle. Stop. Ah, you're out. Simon says stop. Simon says march on the spot. Stop. Simon says stop. Simon says give your neighbor a high five. Give your other neighbor a high five. Out. Simon says give your other neighbor a high five. Awesome. So we have about 12 people left. Let's see if we can get tricky. Simon says walk to the front of the room. Come to the front, don't be shy. Simon, shake someone's hand that you do not know. Introduce yourselves. Simon says introduce yourselves to each other. Simon says shake Tamara's hand. Welcome, 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 Welcome. Nicole, do you have a command? Let's see if we can trick these guys.
Simon says, stand in a line, smallest to tallest.
Oh, stand in a line.
Simon says, turn to your right. Simon says, turn to the back. Simon says, turn to your right. Simon says, turn to the back. Simon says, I think you're all confused. Simon says, put your hands up in the air and put your hands down. Simon says, the rest of you put your hands down. Simon says, start clapping. Simon says, face the audience. Simon says, take a bow. Simon says, high five the person beside you. Simon says, go towards your seats. And you can sit down. Ooh, very good. Simon says we have, I think, 7 or 8 winners. Thank you very much. Very good. Good job.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you guys for engaging and participating in this quirky activity. Quick question, why do you think I asked you to play this game? Just throw it out.
To get energized,
Okay, to get energized.
to learn that it's very important to follow directions.
Exactly. So on top of being energized, the reason why I play this game, and with clients I did in the past and in other jobs that I had, is to follow instructions. Why are following instructions important? Instructions lead to success. If you know what to do and you're following what someone asks you to do, most likely you'll do a good job, right? So you guys know in your own experiences, whether as a student or a worker, wherever you were, the importance of following instructions. Imagine if you had a job and you just did what you wanted to do. Do you think you would last long in that job? Same principle applies in the classroom. So for example, you might know certain materials that you learn in the classroom. You may be more of an expert than your instructor, but if you're asked to do something, you do it, right? Because ultimately, you want to get your PGWP. And the only way you can get your PGWP is if you graduate. And the only way you graduate is if you have a certain GPA in order to graduate. So sometimes we have to bite our tongues, humble ourselves, and listen to the instructions that are being told for us to follow, because that will lead to success. When you are an expert in your field working, and you have that responsibility to do as you want, within reason, then you do as you want. But in the classroom, where the instructor is the leader of the classroom and they're asking you to do something, whether or not you disagree, you still do it. In the classroom, in my opinion, and maybe Nicole as an experienced instructor may differ with what I'm going to say, but in my opinion, there are 2 things that you learn in the classroom: what to do and what not to do. Within the Canadian context, may be different to what you've learned and how you've worked in your workplaces. You want to learn workplace culture in Canada. It's a total different thing. So sometimes you have to bite your tongue, you have to observe, you have to listen in order for you to be able to adapt. There may be things in the classroom, in the workplace, that you do not agree with. When you assume a position of responsibility and leadership, you can set the tone of how you want your space to be, based on what you've learned what to do and what not to do, okay? And learning is a 2-way street. You learn from your instructors, and your instructors learn from you. It shouldn't be a place of authority whereby I am the instructor, you listen to me. Sometimes, yes, that's the case, but you have so much experiences and knowledge that you can teach each other as well as your instructors. As a student services advisor, I learn from students every single day. International students in particular, because 100% of our student population is international students, but I learn from where you come from, your culture, your language, how you think, how you perceive the world. All of that informs my work because then it helps me help you when you teach me about who you are. So I want you to have that mindset when you're in the classroom. It's not only about getting your PGWP and your PR and your citizenship, it's learning. Learn from the people from around the world and how they do things differently to make yourself a better person. Then you can become the permanent resident that you want to be and ultimately a Canadian citizen. Understand the space that you're in. Understand the people who are in your classroom. Understand each other. Break down barriers and biases and stereotypes, etc. Whatever is going on in your country or your experiences from back home, yes, you bring those things with you, but also be open to learn and challenge those things that you've learned. Because some things that we learned isn't always true. Okay? So with that, I will start the presentation on student services. Thank you. All right, my name is Tamara Estwick, one of the student services advisors, and Michael has introduced you to Nicole Pacetta, and she is another student services advisor who you will be meeting with, as well as who will be responding to your emails. Some of you might have sent emails already. If you have not, they will be responded to accordingly. So what do we do at student services? Multiple things. We are the information hub that students have access to, and we refer you to departments and individuals if we do not have the answers to your queries. So what do? We provide help and assistance, sort of the same thing. As a student services advisor, when I work with students, I don't look at the student ID number. I don't look at the program that you're in. I look at the student, the individual. What is the reason you are coming to student services? A lot of the times you come with one question, and then after a 5-minute conversation, there are 10 questions, because the real reason why you came to student services isn't the initial question that you asked. Right? So sometimes you're dealing with stress. You've come to Canada, you're trying to adapt, you're trying to pay rent, you try to buy food, you try to pay your tuition, you try to get here, depending on where you've lived, so transportation is an issue. But then you come to student services and you say, I'm having difficulty in my class. The content is challenging. Is it really? Or is it something going on with you? What's impacting you? Because back home, you were an amazing student. I know you guys were amazing students because you're here in these seats. You would not be here if you weren't amazing, okay? So what is going on in your life that is affecting you academically? These are the issues that we addressed in student services, because you as the person are going through something that's affecting your academics. So how can we help and support you and provide you with assistance so that you can perform optimally academically, okay? We provide you with supports. So what my role is, I wear multiple hats in student services. One is providing immigration advice to students, as well as mental health supports. A lot of students come with stress, depression, different mental health disorders, and I counsel you students, okay? It is a great pleasure to work with you to do that, because you're letting me into your private life and your personal struggles, and that is very hard to do, especially in a different language, to someone who may not understand your culture or who you are as a person. So I value all of those things, and I ensure that it is a respectful relationship between me and the student. when I'm providing that counseling, okay? Guidance and advice. So as an advisor, I provide you with advice. But at the same time, you do not have to take my advice. I only give you advice based on my experience and my experience working with international students and understanding the struggles that you will go through as an international student in Canada. But at the end of the day, it is up to you to decide what you're going to do. All I can do is provide you with information so that you can make an informed decision that suits you. So we provide advice. You can take it or you don't have to take it. So the remainder of the presentation will discuss contacting student services, how you would do that, areas of advisement and services that we offer, as well as the student systems and portals that you will be using on a daily basis, okay? If at any time throughout the presentation you would like to take a picture of the presentation of the screen, please feel free to do so, because there is some pertinent information there for you. So how to contact student services. Our email address is studentservices@cestarcollege.com. Again, studentservices@cestarcollege.com. And we ask that you send one email. The reason we ask that you send one email is because we have 3 to 5 business days to respond to your email query. And think about this. There are 6,000 plus students at LCIT. If every student sent student services an email, and then they sent a follow-up email, and then another follow-up email, how many emails do you think we have to respond to? A lot. I can't even do the calculation in my head, but you guys know that's a lot. So that's why we ask, send one email to studentservices@cestarcollege.com, and we have 3 to 5 business days to respond. The only recommendation I would make is if you do not receive an email response within 3 to 5 business days, you can send a follow-up email. Because you're holding us accountable now. Because our policy is 3 to 5 business days, and if we haven't gotten back to you, you have every right to respond and say, hey, Tamara said in the orientation 3 to 5 business days. It's 6th day. Like, what's going on, guys? Right? Okay. So how many emails do you send to student services? How many business days do we have to respond? And what's our email address? Awesome. We also have in-person appointments, so that information is posted on Moodle. So you will see which student services advisor is available on a daily basis on a particular time, because when you're coming on campus, you have classes at different times on different days. So there will always be a student services advisor available for you for walk-in, if you're comfortable with coming into our offices. We also have virtual meetings, so if you prefer to meet online, we can meet that way with you as well. So as I mentioned at the outset of the presentation, student services is the information hub of all of the queries that students ask. So sometimes we get queries from students regarding immigration or co-op or tutoring center. We will refer you to the appropriate department or individual to address your queries, okay? We connect students to services they need to achieve academic success through information, advisement, counseling, and referral. Another thing about counseling and referral, I did say that we provide personal counseling or mental health counseling and supports to students. If at any time you feel uncomfortable speaking to a student services advisor regarding your personal issues, we can refer you to cultural specific or linguistically specific organizations throughout the GTA relative to where you live, so that you can have a counselor who speaks your language and knows your culture to speak with. The GTA or Greater Toronto area has a lot of resources in community and social supports for their citizens. So please, if we do refer you to an agency or an organization to support you, please use their services because they are phenomenal. So I've already discussed this, so I'm going to skip the slide. Health and wellness. So student services aims to look at the student holistically. What do I mean by holistically? Who you are as a person, not only as a student, but as a person. And how can we ensure that areas of throughout your life are addressed while you're at LCIT so that you can be successful in your academics. So we look at you holistically, not your student number, but who you are as a person. Consequently, all of you will have access to GuardMe health insurance. If you need any kind of medical assistance, your GuardMe insurance will cover some of the healthcare issues that you may experience. Please use GuardMe. Some of you will have access to your card on the Cestar database, some of you will not, but as of September 1st, your GuardMe insurance is activated. Until you get the card, and if you need any medical assistance, you can go to a doctor's office that takes GuardMe. Not every office or practitioner does take GuardMe, but you'd have to research and find which ones take GuardMe and utilize those services, make your payment, keep the receipt, and once you have access to your GuardMe card, you can contact GuardMe and send them the receipt, and they will reimburse you the funds, okay? Not in full, some of it. Harassment and bullying. This is really near and dear to my heart because I do not like the mistreatment of anyone. If you feel like you're being mistreated in the classroom, whether it's by your peers or your instructors, you have every right to file a complaint. All students at LCIT have a right to learn in a safe environment where it's harassment and bullying free. But as people, that will not always exist. Human beings are funny people or funny beings. So even though you may have a policy in place, not everyone follows policy. So if you do feel like you're being bullied or harassed or discriminated against in any way, feel free to address that concern to your instructor, even if your instructor is the perpetrator. If it doesn't go that anywhere, you contact student services. We take this seriously. You guys are paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to be here. The least that you could receive is a safe environment where you don't feel intimidated or feel harassed to learn in. Because if you feel that way, you will not learn, okay? I talked about the community services and resources that we refer you to and the one-on-one advisement we provide. College policies, I know this information is overwhelming, but I'm pretty sure that you will get a package that states various college policies. I encourage you to read them carefully because they're your rights and your responsibilities as a student at LCIT. We also provide academic support and referrals to the tutoring center. Your tuition fees pay for the tutoring center. So if you're struggling academically in the class, please use the tutoring center to assist you. Why? Because ultimately you want to graduate, and you cannot graduate if you have not passed the class. So use the services that you are paying for to help you. Grade appeals, very important. You may receive a grade in a class that you disagree with. Your first step will go to the instructor to discuss the reasons why you disagree with the grade that you received. If your instructor does not change the grade, the next step is to contact student services to request a grade appeal. And a grade appeal takes place in front of a panel of 6 people. Then it's the student and the instructor. The student presents their evidence as to why they believe they deserve a higher grade. The instructor presents evidence as to why they gave that student that grade, and then the panel decides, based on the evidence presented, who they will judge in favor of. So sort of like a courtroom, but not really. The fee for a grade appeal is $25. So I hope none of you are in this situation where you have to appeal a grade and that your work will speak for itself. Registration and finance. So all of you who are here, I suspect, has paid their tuition fees either for 1 term or 2 terms. By the end of today, I would like you all to check your My Lambton account to see if your fees have increased. But you might be thinking, Tamara, why would my fees increase? I was given a LOA and I was told, or a letter of acceptance, and I was told the fees to pay in order to secure my seat. All true. However, every fall term tuition fees increase. Every fall term tuition fees increase, and every fall term begins in September. So as a result, some of you may see a slight increase in your fees. Please check your MyLambton account to see if your fees have increased. We will provide you, student services can provide you with the payment options form so that you can pay your outstanding balance. In regards to registration, you can either contact registration@cestarcollege.com or student services at cestarcollege.com to discuss your finances and registration. Academic scheduling, breaks and leaves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to go through that because that's overwhelming, and this is your first day, so don't worry. It'll all make sense. So program progression, so we ensure that you are following your program map, which you can download from the Cestar database. Your program map will show you what courses you will be taking in each term. So if you fail a course, you're going off your program map. And some of you may, if you fail courses, may have to extend your study permit in order to continue your studies. We're not going to get to that point because all of you are going to follow your program map and complete the program when you're supposed to. Name changes. So some of you who have access to your Cestar database might see that your name has been misspelled or a name is missing or anything like that. You contact student services and you provide a government-issued ID, so a passport, your study permit, a driver's license that has your official name, and we can make the changes. Students aren't authorized to make changes to their names. However, on the Cestar database, you can update your mailing address, your personal email address, contact information, as well as emergency contact. So I touched on student complaints, but I want to talk about conduct. Just as much as there's an expectation of faculty and staff to treat students a certain way and establish a safe and learning environment for all students, there's an expectation on how students are supposed to interact and behave in the classroom. If you are found violating conduct in the classroom, you will be issued a behavioral contract. And a behavioral contract will stay on your file. And if you continue to misbehave in the classroom, that is grounds for suspension or expulsion from the college. Okay? So you want to ensure, just keep in mind, disagreements occur. Human beings don't agree all the time, but you have to agree to disagree. And part of that is how you conduct yourselves. All of you have professional and academic experience to know how you need to conduct yourselves. If you are found violating that, there will be repercussions for that. How many of you would consider yourselves to be leaders? Hands up. Cool. How many of you would consider yourselves to be followers? How many would say it depends on the situation? Cool. All right, so student council. Student council is comprised of student leaders who represent each program at the college, and they are a liaison between the college management and students. So, as a student council member, say you represent the PMIT program. You will be taking queries, concerns, suggestions from your peers in your program. You would bring them to student council and discuss what measures you can take to make improvements at the college for all students. And then we present that information to college management to see what kind of changes they can make. The 2023 student council recruitment will be posted on Moodle in November 2022. So if you all are interested in joining the student council because you want to make a difference and hone your leadership skills, please look out for the recruitment ad that will be posted on Moodle in November 2022. Any questions before I move on to student portals, or is all good? Thumbs up if it's all good. Thank you. So we're gonna talk about 4 student portals. I lied and showed 3, but they're actually 4. My bad, sorry about that. So the 4 are Cestar Database, MyLambton, WebAdvisor, and Moodle. It's a funny name, Moodle, but it's a cool platform. So firstly, we'll discuss the Cestar Database. So again, when it comes to your name, only student services advisors can change your name on the Cestar database, but you're able to view personal information. So I encourage all of you by the end of the day to go on Cestar database to ensure that your information is captured correctly. If not, you email student services where? And you send how many emails? And we respond to you when? And if we don't, what do? Boom, thank you. On the Cestar database, you will see your student ID, your first and last name. If you have a middle name, you will see that as well. Your date of birth. If your date of birth is captured incorrectly, please let us know, because even I get confused with the month, date, year, the year, month, day. People have it organized differently, so ensure that information is captured correctly. Your current address, meaning your mailing address, so where you reside. Your MyLambton email address. So it's usually your student ID at mylambton.ca, and your personal email. You also get to view your course calendar. So all of you might already have your schedules, right, that you can access from Cestar database. You will see that there. As well as unofficial grades. And you're like, unofficial grades, what does that mean, Tamara? I thought all my grades are official. Yeah, kind of, sort of. So when you've completed a class and you've been assigned a grade, your instructors will upload it to the Cestar database. When you see your grades on the Cestar database, that's unofficial. What makes it official? What makes it official is that grade files for all courses, for all students, are sent to the main campus in Sarnia. And Sarnia does an audit to ensure that the student has taken all the classes and all the grades are correct. Once they have the official stamp of approval that your grades are correct, then your grades are official. And you find that on the MyLambton and WebAdvisor side. So unofficial grades, Cestar database; official grades, MyLambton and WebAdvisor. It all makes sense, trust me. So when you log into the Cestar database, on the left-hand side, you'll see a screenshot. Firstly, you will log in with your student ID minus the C0. Okay? So in this example, the student is C06819998. They will log in with 681998 minus the C0, and it's usually your last name, and the first letter is capitalized. Once you've logged in for the first time, I encourage you to change your password, because if I know your student ID and I know your password or your last name, I could log in and pretend I'm you and access your information and change your password. So ensure when you log in, you change your password right away. This is a screenshot on where you would view your unofficial grades. So this student was pretty awesome, if you can see their grades. I want this to be all of you, with those grades there, okay? Now MyLambton. So we went from Cestar database, now we go to MyLambton. The Cestar database is probably a portal that you will use regularly. MyLambton, not so regularly. Students tend to check MyLambton when they have to pay their fees, when the payment deadlines are there, but you should get in the habit of checking it regularly. The login is slightly different than the Cestar database login. Your ID is your full student ID, including the C0. On Cestar database, excludes the C0. And you would be provided a password on your MyLambton access letter. So all of you must have received an access letter with your login details as well as your password. Please change your password if you have not. On your MyLambton homepage, you will view your program map, which can be viewed on the Cestar database as well. Your enrollment letter. Super important. Some of you might get a notice from IRCC that wants proof that you're actually enrolled at the college that you were approved to study at. You can download your enrollment letter from your My Lambton account. They will also ask proof of payment that you've actually paid your fees. You can download your payment receipt from your My Lambton account as well. Student Services does not issue those documents to students because you have that access on your My Lambton. Transcript requests as well. IRCC may also want to see your grades. So you can order your transcripts for a fee through your My Lambton account. And you also access your My Lambton email account through your My Lambton homepage. Log in, your student ID, and the password that is available on your My Lambton access letter. Please ensure that you change your password. Second to last student systems portal is Web Advisor. So My Lambton and Web Advisor are connected. On your Web Advisor account, you can view your financial account and balances. So by the end of today's session, I would like you guys again to check your My Lambton or your Web Advisor account to see if your fees have increased, okay? You can also make a payment through your Web Advisor account. Tax forms. This is important information for you guys. So every year, April 30th, Canadians are expected to file their taxes. Not everyone does. We won't get into that. Students, international students, this is a new thing, because when I was in university 20 years ago, this never existed for international students. You guys will get a tax form for your tuition fees, and you can use those tax forms to file taxes. When you guys work, you'll also get tax forms to file your taxes. So by February of next year, 2023, you should receive the T2202A tax form on your Web Advisor account that you can download to submit your taxes that are due April 30th, okay? That's a cool initiative because before, international students weren't allowed to claim their tuition fees. So I love that. And you can also view your course requirements in order to graduate. And you log into your Web Advisor the same way that you log into your My Lambton account. This is a screenshot of how your financial account will look like. Please, I know it can be confusing. If you need any assistance on how to understand and read your financial information, you can come see us or send us an email, and we'll send you a screenshot and then followed by an explanation. So this is where the official grades go. So remember I showed you the unofficial grades on the Cestar database? These are where the official grades go. Last but not least, Moodle, the systems portal with a funny name. Moodle is what you should be checking on a daily basis. The college communicates with students via Moodle, so announcements, etc., are posted on Moodle. The reason we do that is because we can't email 6,000 plus of you every day. So the best way to do that is to post the information on announcements and news on Moodle. You want to check Moodle daily. If you'd like, you could take a picture of this particular slide with the URL to Moodle. Moodle acts as the central hub for all other portals students will need. So if you forgot how to log into My Lambton, Web Advisor, Cestar database, you forgot the URL, go to Moodle and you could click on the hyperlink to access them. So this is a screenshot of the Moodle page. It looks all confusing. On the right-hand side, as I mentioned, if you forgot how to access the Cestar database, etc., you can click on any of these hyperlinks here to get access to them. In the center is the site news. So that's where the college uses or posts information, payment deadlines, different student activities taking place on campus or off campus, work opportunities, etc., are posted there. On the top of the menu, there's links to different departments like Student Services, Immigration, Tutoring Center, Co-op and Career, etc., if you want specific information on certain departments. Also, the IT resources is very important because if you have challenges accessing Moodle or the Cestar database, you would contact the IT department. And as I mentioned, the quick links to the other platforms that students learn, or use rather. All right, I encourage you to take a picture of this slide. The URL that you see there are links to important dates and deadlines for LCIT students. So when I say LCIT students, what I'm really referring to are international students, because there are domestic and international students of Lambton College. The domestic students study in Sarnia, international students study in Sarnia, Toronto, and Mississauga. So this URL link is important for international students because it provides you with the important dates and deadlines, such as the payment deadline for a term, the deadline to submit a transfer credit application. What's a transfer credit application? This is very important for you guys. Some of you might have taken courses back home that are similar to courses that you'll be taking here, and you don't want to repeat it. So you can apply for a transfer credit application where you will provide evidence of the course that you took, such as the grade that you received, the course outline, the name of the institution, and your degree that you received. Someone at the main campus in Sarnia will assess your credentials and then approve you to not take a certain course that's on your program map because you've already had a similar course from back home. If you are interested in that, you can check this link to see when the application deadline is, and you contact Student Services for the application. Okie dokes. You guys are probably happy. I am done. Any questions? I have a question for you. How do you contact Student Services? How many emails do you send? How long do you have to respond to you? And if we don't, what do you do? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time and attention. And we'll wait for Nicholas to give you some instructions like Simon says.
Thank you, Tamara. So now we have a quick break at 12 o'clock right now. So if you guys can proceed to the cafeteria, there's some light refreshments. And at 12:45, please meet your program coordinators. The room assignment will be on screen, so please check the room for your specific program. Thank you so much. Have a quick break. Thank you. right. So now at 12:45, in a few minutes, if you guys can go to your rooms in your respective programs. So check out the signs. For BMHT, please proceed to room 126. CPCT, room 225. Construction Project Management, room 223. FSIT, room 128. Marketing Management and Strategic Leadership, MMPT, room 221. Project Management, Information Tech, PMIT, room 127. Your program coordinator is in the classroom, and they will start in a few minutes. Please proceed to your designated classroom. Thank you. All right, we're going to start in a few minutes. If you can ask all the volunteers to go around and start letting our program coordinators know that we will be starting our next sessions. They're just finishing up, and then we will start our next sessions for the afternoon part. Thank you. All right, we're going to start in a few minutes. If we can ask everyone to proceed here at the atrium for next sessions. Thank you. All right. Volunteers, last call. Please gather all our students. We're going to start the session. You want to start on time and finish on time. All right, we're going to start now. So our next session, we can ask everyone to settle down. Our next session is about student success, tutoring and mentoring center. So lots of great tips here and advice. So please listen. And we have a team of Prince, Sahil, and Kush who will be doing the presentation. Let's welcome Kush Gupta.
Thank you, Nicholas. How are you, students? All good? Can I have some energy coming up from your side? I know you guys are tired, but that's okay. So my name is Kush Gupta, and I'm the operations coordinator at the tutoring center. I'll be helping you guys, telling you what are the resources that we have here available for you. We have a program called Student Success Program. We believe in giving all the resources to the students who are coming forward, providing them the assistance from the day one and taking it to their graduation, and as well as after the graduation with our networking programs. Okay, I'll be giving you some brief introduction about all the programs that we have. We have so many programs, but right now, today, we have some major programs to display you guys and so that you know what you have to do after your first day. So what's there for me? So depending on your requirements, what are the requirements you have, what are the challenges that you're facing, we have programs specifically for these students. You just have to come forward and ask for the help. If you don't ask it, we do not know what kind of help you require. So first thing we have is tutoring center. So it's basically to help with your academics. If you're having any kind of challenge, if you're feeling that there is something something is going under, then you can always come forward and ask for the academics help. We have writing language center, which is about all your communication, your writing, your English, your language, and your communication skills. We have early intervention, so my colleague will give you a brief introduction about the early intervention, acuplacer, WeCare, and I'll be telling you about co-curricular record. So without wasting time, I'll be moving forward with the quick introduction about tutoring center and our team. So definitely, it's a huge umbrella. So I'm not the only one working for these programs. We have our team. We have Prince Sharma Inet, who is the mentorship coordinator and the program coordinator. Me, myself, I'm the operations coordinator at the tutoring center, taking care of the academics going down. If you're underperforming, we are the people, like I'm the one who you have to reach out. Sahil Wadwa, who is the student success counselor, so he'll be helping you with the early intervention thing, reaching you out between the semesters, telling you about your performance, telling you about your attendance, and also helping you with the ways that you can come forward and build your career. Tutoring center. So very, very nice name, very nice word, tutoring center. What do you all understand with this thing? Like, is it for kids? Is it for some kind of classes going on wherein we will be coming and giving you the introduction? Any idea that you may have? Anybody? From the left-hand side, I see a lot of people here. Any idea? Anybody wants to speak? All right, no problem, guys, no problem. I understand today is your first day, so that's okay. Let me tell you, what is Tutoring Center? Tutoring Center is also called as peer-to-peer support service. So we have your senior students who can help you in your academics. What we do is, we have, because you are going to be in first semester, we have students from second semester, third semester. We put the bar on the GPA based on your skills, based on your how you are performing in your how you are performing in your semester. We will be offering, you can apply for the tutorship, you can apply for the tutor volunteer opportunity. Once you get there, we are going to do our back-end work, making sure everything is okay, your profile is being okay, and then you can be hired as tutor. So these tutors can help you in building your performance. Not only the performance, suppose you are having some kind of topic issue, you missed your class and you want to do it again, but professor, definitely he has his own schedule. How are you going to do that? The only way is if you can get in touch with the tutor, he will help you with the certain topics with different examples. So that's how, even if you're missing your attendance, make sure that your professor knows about it, that you're missing any class, but also make sure that you are coming forward, raising up your hand and asking for the help. Maybe your professor, maybe the tutoring center. So what we will do is, we will budding up you with the tutor, with your senior who's qualified. We have checked it, authenticated it, everything, and they will help you in your certain topics. What is our purpose? Purpose is very important. So what we are doing here, our purpose is to help students in their academics and career at each step in every way possible. So if you think there is something that can be done in your academics, definitely come forward, let us know. If there is not, we have so many programs here, but still, if there is something that fascinates you, if there is something that you see that can be done in a different way, or there is something which we can actually establish here in the college, come forward, let us know. We would be happy to help you guys. We are open for everything. All right, so what are the services that we provide with the help of Tutoring Center? We have one-on-one tutoring, group tutoring, workshops, and also mentorship programs. So what does it mean? Like, what is one-on-one tutoring, group tutoring, and workshops, and the mentorship program? So let me just give you a quick idea about it, like as the word explains itself, but still I'm going to tell you about a quick thing. One-on-one tutoring. Basically, like if you are coming forward and you're telling us, okay, there is some kind of a challenge that you're facing in your program, in your course, and you're coming forward to us. What we will do is, we will give you the tutor, and he's going to help you in your academic challenge, in helping you understanding the topic with more clarity, and giving you all the resources that he thinks that could be possibly helpful for you throughout the semester or throughout the course. What is group tutoring? So group tutoring, what do we do in this thing? So maybe like you have your friends who are having similar kind of doubts. You will tell us, we will be assigning some tutors for you, and then we will be having the group sessions. So basically, same topic concerning group of students, and we are going to eliminate it with the help of the tutor. Workshops, what are the question arises that what are the things, what are the circumstances we offer the workshops? So maybe you and in your class, like most of the students, maybe 70% of the students, or more than 50% of the students are having same concern regarding their academics. What we will do is, we will not try to entertain only few students, but we are going to entertain everybody in the class. We will come into your class giving you all the representation, how you can build your academics, how you can actually eliminate the challenge that you're facing, and also giving you the helpful tips. It could be in your class, it could be in your atrium. So we will, like always, if you think there is something concerning, come up to us, send us an email, and we will be helping you with this thing. Mentorship, we also have mentorship programs for these students, for your job networking, for your, just to keep you on the right track, because you all are new. So what we do is, we have 10,000 coffees. You can mentor, you can get added to your mentor by joining 10,000 coffees. What you have to do is, these are the seniors. These are the people who got graduated, students who got graduated from this college. And the good part is they have been placed in good companies. They're working as project manager, senior project manager. So maybe if you're coming from BMAT course or BMHT or whatever your program is, you can just put it make up your profile in 10,000 coffees, make up it, and get buddy up with the person who has similar interest. Isn't it fascinating? Isn't it interesting? Because you are new to the country, we are giving you all these opportunities so that you can start networking from your day one and land to a better job when you're graduated. Isn't it good? Can I have yes or no? Yes? All right, all right. Thank you so much, guys. So now, the second part comes into the picture. Tutoring center is clear, okay? We are helping you with the academics, we are helping you with the career goals, academic goals, whatever you're having, we are here to help you. Now, WLC, Writing Language Center, how we can help you in overcoming your communication gap. So we have Writing Language Center, as we have students coming from different countries, having different dialects, accents, and different things. All right, so with the help of Writing Language Center, we help students in overcoming their communication gap that they're having. So we have hired instructors here. Instructors, you can book the session, you can get in touch with the instructors, tell them about the problems that you're facing. Maybe you're having a problem in your writing, maybe you're having your problem in your grammar. As you're moving forward, you will be having reflective journals coming into your courses. How are you going to write that? All the common writing errors, those can be eliminated with the help of WLC. So if you think there is something which is coming in the way of effective communication, definitely reach out to us, reach out to WLC, it means us, and we will be able to help you better. Also, the second point, which says reduce academic integrity offenses. I really stress on this point, on the second point, because academic integrity is very important. So you have to make sure, like, whatever you're writing, you're not copying it from somewhere. You are not just taking the help of your, taking the project of your peers, of your friends, and you are just uploading it, which is called academic integrity offense. Okay, this is not good for you. This is not good for the person who is giving you the assignment. So how at WLC help you with this? We will help you in understanding the pattern, your exam pattern. Okay, what are the exam patterns that you're going to have? Because we have different pattern that we follow here in Canadian education. So we will be helping you in understanding the pattern. If you know it, if you know like how to, what are the things that you're going to get in your exam, then you can make it, you can present better results. Isn't it good? Help students to enable professional and corporate communication, which helps to build their career. All right, so as I said before, that your communication skills can be improved with this thing, and also we help you in corporate communication. Just imparting few things. Okay, these are some common things that you can improve in your writing. Maybe you're writing something which is not good in the professional manner, but it is good for your social manner. So we help you in that as well. Now the question comes, how to book an appointment? We have WLC, we have tutoring center, we have everything. But how we can actually avail these services? So first thing is log into your Moodle with your college credentials. How many of you have already logged into Moodle so far? Wonderful, guys. For those who do not have done it yet, please do it. It's my request. Log into your Moodle, go on the top bar. If you see the navigation panel, you will see Tutoring Center. When you go there, just click on this. The instructions are very simple. You just have to click here to book the appointment. Sorry, man. Click here to book the appointment. When you do it, you will go there and follow the process. Just tell them, two things come into the picture again. You're booking the appointment for your academic or you're booking the appointment for WLC. If you're doing it for academic, then it will ask you to choose the course as well. What are the course? What is the topic that is concerning you? And if you're doing it for WLC, please mention certain topics that you're looking forward to get improved. All right, okay, so yes, just follow the process. You will get the confirmation on your email that your appointment has been booked. And from there onwards, what extra you can do is mark your calendar. Whenever you have the appointment, whenever you have got the session with the instructor, please mark your calendar, because we do not like no-shows. If we see it and if it has happened continuously, it's going to be a problem for the student, because we will not be able to help student first thing, and the other thing is it is also booking the time of the tutor and you're not showing up, which is a bad thing. Academic clubs. This is the very interesting slide. I really like this one, because we have got these many active clubs in the campus. It can help you from the day one, depending on your course. Depending on your interest, maybe you could be interested in LCIT business caucus that we have, if you're the business students, BMHT student. So I'll start from the beginning. LCIT PM Guild. So it entertains all these students coming from project management and strategic planning courses. So it helped those students particularly, but it also helps other students to understand what is the practicality of the nature when you go out. Google Developer Student Club. This is the club we established for the coding people coming from the technical backgrounds, having technical aptitudes. So if you are from CSAT, CCBT, then it's going to help you a lot, because we also, these clubs also provide some volunteer work and also the paid volunteership, and helps you landing the job. So it's good that you're having the theoretical knowledge, going to the class, doing your assignment, but also good that you are engaging in the academic clubs, because there are so many things. Your your learning experience developed from the practicality, not just the theoretical part. When you do your assignments, when you make up the project, make up your capstone projects, it gives you some practical skills. So as these clubs. So make sure that you are engaging in these clubs and contributing in it. We have LCIT Business Caucus, as I explained. We have this club established for business people. What do you mean, like business people? It means like if you're coming from business background, business programs, BMAT, BMHT, FSWT. All right, so these are some kind of programs that these clubs help students in, and also like, because as the name says, business caucus, so you can contribute your efforts, you can contribute your expertise in it, which you are getting from your education, and also it will help you in developing your professional side. LinkedIn Learning Hub. So we also have LinkedIn Learning for all those students who are looking forward to do something extra from their education. Maybe you're from supply chain, but you want to do some courses. You can always go to LinkedIn Learning, do the courses, get the certification, and post it on your LinkedIn. So this is a free hub that you get, which the college pays a lot. So very important tool. Guys, like from day one, I would ask everybody to sign in to LinkedIn Learning and start doing the courses. As you analyze what is more important in the market, and as you get experience more into the Canadian culture, just do the courses respectively. We have ASQ chapter coming soon for the quality assurance students. So it will be for when it is there, we will be having more information about it. But definitely, we are entertaining specifically the quality assurance students. We have Habitat for Humanity. This is for CPMT students who are coming from the construction background. They're having construction courses. They can always engage with Habitat for Humanity. Again, 10,000 coffees. So as I explained to you earlier, 10,000 coffee is a networking tool for everybody. Everybody, from your day one, go in there, log in with your college IDs, log college credentials, and try to network with other people who has got graduated from this college. They will definitely help you because they know, how it feels when you're in first semester, how it feels when you're an immigrant and you're studying in the international college. So they will help you in landing up the job, they will help you in networking, they will help you, they can put you in the right track. Everybody needs a mentor. So this is the way that you can get connected with the people who has achieved something and they have got somewhere. So CCR, so I'll be explaining you about the CCR as well, which says co-curricular record. So this helps you in building your volunteer experience, going to the, having recognition across Ontario. This is what I would say at this moment. So if you're volunteering here, you're not just getting the certificate, but you're also getting recorded, which is recognized by Canadian government. So your volunteer experience has been added in your profile. Your profile is getting maintained. You can put it in your resume that you're CCR, you have done some CCR certified volunteer opportunities. So it's good for you. This is how the CCR certificate looks, so everybody can take a picture of it. All right, guys, any question for me? Anything that you may think, any question that you may have regarding tutoring center, WLC center, or the academic clubs, or the CCR certificate? No? Are you guys good? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, no? No? All right. So I'll ask Sahil to come forward and help you guys with early intervention, acuplacer, and rest of the programs that we have. Okay, Sahil?
Thank you so much, Kush. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Good? So I'm Sahil Vadhwa. I'm Student Success Counselor at the Tutoring Center. I deal with early interventions and acuplacer classes. So what is early intervention? This is a process we have for students. It was for only BSNT and CPCD students before, but now we are expanding it. So what it is that we, as the name suggests, we intervene early. When we see that a student is not performing well, he's having low grades, he's missing classes. So we contact those students, we intervene early before they fail, and we ask them like, what's going on, what's the situation, if you need any help, we are here to help. So then if the student is struggling with any course, with anything, we assist them with our tutoring center services, we provide them tutor, they can take extra classes, and basically we provide them from failing, and through this program we have already reduced the fail rates by a great extent in the past couple of years. Next we have is acuplacer. This is for BSNT and CPCD students only. So what it is it is English and mathematics classes we provide to them, because it is a very important part of their study, and also as there are undergraduate programs, these students struggle a lot with their mathematics and English. So we started these classes to assist them. How it works is, in first term we have English test for the BSNT students, and in the second term we have a mathematics test for the BSNT and CPCD students. When the test is conducted, we check their performance, and if a student is performing low, we provide them with the mandatory classes through our tutoring center. So this helps with their English, their maths, because they are very important part, not just for their programs, but even for their professional life. So whenever they graduate, they have good English and math skills, and they can, it helps with their career as well. Next we have is We Care. So what is We Care? As the name suggests, it's we care. So when we see, there are like all of the students are international here. So many students are struggling with many different things which are outside the college. For example, they are not able to adapt to the culture, because this is a new culture for all of us. And they are having, like, they are feeling lonely, they are feeling homesick. So we provide them assistance with that. How it works is, this is only for the first term students. So we have students from second term onwards. They volunteer to be a part of this program, and we create MS Teams group. So we assign each student from different programs to the groups, and then they deal with the students from the particular group. So they are always there to provide their help to students who might need it with anything they are facing, any issues from outside the college. And so we are here to help those students as well. Next, we have our contact information. You can always email us, reach out to us through our email addresses, through our phone number, and we are situated right above the atrium. Just turn right, you will see the tutoring center. So you can take a picture, you take a, to keep it handy, and you can always come to us, reach out to us anytime, and we'll be here to help you. So any questions for me? No? Okay. So that is from my side. Next is next presentation will be given by Mark. He is our academic integrity officer. So he'll go over the academic integrity topic. Over to you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And the clicker, yes, thanks. I have so many things to hold. Just give me a sec. Hi, everyone. I'm just getting settled here. I'm holding many things. One moment. Okay. All right, and thank you for that warm welcome, Zahil. I appreciate it. He used to be one of my old students. He was awesome, and now here he is, taking control of the entire place, making sure the computers don't light on fire. So, awesome, great work. Okay, anyways, you might recall that I was that guy that was here in the morning doing that stuff, saying those things about, don't look at people very long. That's me again. So my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college. You also met Shauna Sheldon earlier. She's the Manager of Academic Quality as well. So we kind of work together to make sure that your work is great work. And also, nothing bad happens while you're here in terms of academic dishonesty. And so this presentation is going to go through some of the basics of academic integrity so that all of you are submitting excellent work. You never meet me. Basically, what I'm trying to do now is I'm going to meet you here, have a conversation so that in the future, there's never a reason to have a meeting with me later on because they're not so fun and, happy-go-lucky. We are going to talk about a lot of things today. Here's the whole agenda of all the stuff that we're going to mention. So much stuff and many different words there. You don't need to, really understand all this stuff. I'm going to say the same thing many different ways, and it's going to be the always original work. Original work, right? Honest, original work. That's what all of those okay? We're going to talk about academic integrity, what that means, academic honesty. We're going to talk about assignment do's and don'ts, so things you should do for assignments and tests, things you shouldn't do for assignments and tests. APA documentation, if you have no idea what that is, going to kind of introduce it for you as well today. And other stuff that I can't memorize on the slide. I think there's other cool things on there too. Group work. Yeah, group work is another thing. If you're working with groups, I think I mentioned this earlier in the morning, there will be some things to keep in mind about groups, so we will chat about that as well. So first of all, let's get through some very, very basic stuff. What is academic integrity? This is how many student essays begin. What is the internet? Well, Webster's defines the internet as so-and-so and so. Well, here's my definition for academic integrity. Honesty, accountability, fairness, trust. These 4 words are pretty important, and there are many different people in play when we're thinking about these things. So we have staff and faculty, we have students, all of us know these things. It's related to the procedures that we follow. There are rules, and I told you that we love rules. We follow those rules and policies. You have rights, the school has rights, you have rights, everyone has rights, and we want to make sure that you follow those based on your rights. We're not going to treat you, we're not going to, how should I say this, misuse the rights or just ignore them. We're going to follow them. Everyone is going to get the same fair outcome. Everything that happens to you in one situation will happen to another person in a similar situation, okay? So this is what we're going to be following. You can expect from us that kind of fairness. We are going to be fair. No one is better than someone else. 2 people cheat in a test. Unfortunate, but it happens. And one person gets a 0. The other person, because I think their shoes are really cool, I give them nothing. You're fine. Just don't do it again. And then they go off on their business. No, that will never happen. Everyone gets the same outcome. Everything is as fair as we can make it, okay? So that's what you can expect from us, consistency, fairness. Notice about tests and assignments, we do not give you a pop quiz. Those of you that like pop quizzes, unfortunately, you will not have one in this school. You always have time. You are told when the tests are going to happen. You're told when the deadlines will be during the evaluation timetable document that you saw earlier today, which I'll show you another one example of if you haven't seen that. So that will happen for you. Plenty of notice, plenty of support, and communication from us. So we ask, again, there's that word originality. Right? We want original work, honest work. If it is not you that made the stuff, tell us. identify the stuff that you made and identify the stuff that you didn't make. If you identify it, then you're never going to really have issues of, is this dishonest? Is it cheating? No, because you made it, right? And you're being honest as you can. Communication, best effort, and integrity. So that's all that stuff. Let's talk about tests. Okay, so tests, and we're going to go to assignments after that. A test, as you're preparing for a test, and maybe a quick show of hands. You're going to study for a test. It's the night before the test. Not a week ahead, not a month ahead. It's the night before the test, okay? You're going to pull out your books. You're going to study. You're going to memorize the content from your notes, from your slides, from your teacher's presentations. You're going to remember that stuff, and then go to the test, and then just write that stuff down. Show of hands if that's how you normally will study for a test. It's okay to, the day before is totally fine. If you don't want to say that, that's fine. But that's normally the case. Here's what you should watch out for when you're doing that. When you are studying for that test and you memorize all that content the night before, and it comes time to write that stuff down, it should be original sentences. The idea is it's okay that you learn that stuff, you memorize that stuff, totally fine. But the sentences should be your sentences, not the sentences you just read about. And there is a difference. And that sentence thing, if you copy the sentences exactly like you remembered it, that will be an issue, okay? So please watch out for that. Be careful. Write your own sentences always, 100%, okay? Next, anything else to mention? Oh, yeah. Closed book tests. Closed book tests, anyone? Closed book? You like fans of closed book tests? No one? No one? Okay. Closed book tests are the tests you are used to. No papers, no documents, just maybe a calculator if you need it, or perhaps your brain if you have it, and then you just come into the room and then you do the test. That's the closed book tests. All your tests will be like that unless your teacher says notes are okay. Sometimes your textbook is okay, sometimes your notes are okay. Those are called open book tests. Be careful, because not every test is an open book test. Most of them will be closed book. So if you come to me and say, well, I thought this was an open book test, Mark, so I just had my book open taking the test. I thought this was no problem. No, you didn't. No, this is going to be a 0. Unfortunately, that's not fun, but be careful with open book and closed book tests. Be clear on the instructions from your own teacher. Read questions carefully. And also, if you are online taking classes online, although you're all in person, that's great. Those of you on the interwebs, hello if you can see me, but if you're online taking a test, you might have to have your camera on. Okay, just a heads up, all right? So next, let's move right on to the assignments. Assignments, again, there's that word original work up there. Am I looking at the right slide? Yeah, okay, good, original. Original work is important. How do you make sure that your writing is original? Because sentences are all coming from somewhere, right? Everyone has written a sentence that everyone else has written some other time before in history, so how do you make a new sentence? Well, you just do. You basically just do. The best recommendation I can offer is you're researching content, and then you're going to write about that content. When it comes time to actually write the content, don't be looking at the source of information. Put it away, close it, don't have it in front of you. If it's in front of you and then you're writing about it, I can guarantee that you're probably going to take content exactly identically from the place, even if you didn't mean to. Then you're going to have a meeting with me, then I'm going to have to sit you down, and then I have to sit and wait until you're done crying, and then I have to tell you more things, and it's not pleasant, right? So, just be careful with that. Original sentences, honest work. How do you make sure that that's the case? You're going to be using something called APA formatting. Anyone know about APA in the room? Have you written an APA essay before? Anyone APA? No APA. Perfect. That's actually good, because we're going to teach you how to do that. Not here, not now, but we will teach you eventually how to write APA documents. So if you're not using APA, that is just basically the way you tell us where research came from. There's a proper way to do it, and there's an improper way. The proper way is references and citations according to APA formatting. And if you're using that, you're never going to have a meeting with me. You'll never ever see me again, which may be good for some of you. But that's a good thing, right? So APA formatting, very, very, very important. If you're not using APA and you're using people's research and you're not using a reference telling us where it came from, you're going to have something called plagiarism. Okay, any fans of plagiarism in the room? Plagiarism fans? No? Oh, we have a one. We have one plagiarism fan. Those of you that don't know what plagiarism is, this is when you don't tell us where the content came from and we think it was you. Everything you give us, we think you wrote it, unless you tell us otherwise. That's what plagiarism is. Now, sometimes you don't mean to do that, but sometimes it still happens. I don't think any of you are criminals, but sometimes, even by accident, you might have a plagiarized document, and you might have to meeting with me, and we're gonna have to discuss what happened. It happens all the time. It can absolutely be an accident, but it's good to know what it is so that you can kind of avoid doing this yourself, okay? So what makes work original? Well, it's kind of like all the stuff I said so far. Writing your own sentences, original work is that's what it is. If I can see that you understand it and you didn't just memorize words, then we can give you a grade for that. But if it looks like you just memorized stuff or you just copy-pasted stuff, or you took someone's sentence, right, you brought it into your essay, deleted a couple of words and put in some new words, which is very, very, very common, that's still considered plagiarism. It's still considered plagiarism. Another fun fact, because I don't know if it's even fun. It's a fact, though. I don't know if it's fun. But you can plagiarize yourself. You can actually plagiarize your own content. You make a content for one class, class ABC. And then you move to the next class next year, and you take that essay that you wrote over there and you bring it over to this class, you've self-plagiarized. You've self-plagiarized. So please be careful with your own content. Another thing that might happen is friends are friends. You know, friends are friends because they like to share their work, maybe. But you have a buddy. The buddy has taken the class already, so then you go to them, hey, do you have some files I can use as a reference? Oh yeah, here's some files you can use as a reference. You know what's going on here is that, you know, that person is just going to take your work and then just submit it for themselves. Delete your name, put in their name, and just call it a day. That is also plagiarism. So don't do that. If you can, don't use other people's stuff as a reference. These are all the ways that you can meet me down the road. So if you want to avoid meeting me completely, don't do that stuff, okay? So watch out for it. When we're using originality and how we're checking for it, you may be aware that we have Grammarly. Grammarly is something that we have for free for students. I encourage you to use it and check it for grammar. Check it for grammar. Don't use it to check it for plagiarism. That could happen, and it's not that great, and we don't recognize it. If you upload it in Grammarly and it says, oh, 0% similar, 0% plagiarized, great job, go ahead, hand it in. And then you turn it into our school's Moodle page, it's going to go through something called Turnitin, a different software program. Turnitin is going to be how you upload all of your files in class, in your Moodle page. There's going to be, I'm going to show you some examples in just a moment, right? And it will show you where the similarity is. This is the only one that we use as a tool to check for similarity, okay? So all of your assignments will probably be going through this if it's like an essay or something that you write. Be careful with how you upload it. Sometimes you can check it for similarity, sometimes you can't. But Grammarly is not accurate. We do not trust it. The only tool we use for similarity checking is Turnitin, okay? So kind of important to know. And it's just a tool. Your teacher is still the judge. They're going to use it, but even if it says 0% similar, it could still be plagiarized, okay? So your teacher is the final judge in that case. If APA is completely new to you, like we just found out that it is for many of you, we're going to be scheduling a session with APA, a workshop, so that you kind of understand what it is. Those of you that are taking a class, COM 3013, or COM 1013, or COM 1113, or COM something, 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 those classes will teach you APA as well, okay? So you're going to see it in school. We will try our best to offer it to you as much as we can, but also we're going to have a workshop where, you know, I'm going to be there talking about APA. We haven't scheduled it yet, but you'll get a notification when we do. It'll be fun, I suppose, if you could describe that as fun. But also, I've actually recorded myself doing this in the past. So I have a recording. It's on the Moodle page under the Academic Integrity tab, where you can just watch me talking for an hour about APA. And again, if nothing is on Netflix and you're kind of bored for the night, yeah, just pop that video on and just watch me talking about APA for an hour. But it exists, it's available for you. And on top of that, if you want one-on-one assistance, Tutoring Center is awesome. They're up in that top corner there. I think you just heard them talk about Tutoring Center all of the past 30 minutes. And I think that they can definitely get someone to assist you personally with your specific questions about APA if your teachers or your classes aren't enough. You want a little bit more practice? Well, it's there for you, okay? All right, so then let's look at an actual Moodle page sample. This is Turnitin, and I have a laser pointer now, so I'm gonna play with it. You'll notice up here, those of you in the room, it's a laser, but also practice Turnitin submission. This is what you'll see when you're gonna upload your files, okay? Practice Turnitin submission. It's a link. It's not like a software program you download and then you can check whatever you like for similarity. It's a link for all your assignments. Click on that link, you upload your whatever, the essay or document, and then it's gonna check it for plagiarism. We call it similarity, not plagiarism, because again, you're not criminals. You'll see something like this. There's no way you can read that in the room. I know that you can't read that, don't worry about it. Focus on the red part. That red bar that says 100% on it, That means that's not a good thing. 100% is normally great, but in this case, it's the opposite of great. It just means that 100% of this content is showing up somewhere else on the internet, or some other student uploaded it, okay? So that's a bad thing. Some instructors will show you this number and then let you go back and fix it. They'll show you, you can click on the file, and then you're gonna see every highlighted section with similarity on it. All those colors you see, the red color, the purple color, is it purple? Yeah, purple, violet, whatever, magenta, whatever. I'm not good with colors. The two colors there, the red and the other one, tell you the sentences or sections that are similar. You can go back, delete them in some cases. Your teacher might say it's okay to do this, and then upload it again. Check it again. See if the number went down. And you can do that a few times before your final deadline, but sometimes your teachers say, no, that's not okay, okay? Only one time, and it's just the once. You can't see the number, you can't see the similarity. It's just up to you to give me honest, 100% original work. That could be the case. Now, there's no rule saying you have to see this number. They can show it to you or not. So it's up to your instructor. You can request it, see if they say yes or no. But if they say no, well, you can't really do much, okay? But remember, good news, if you have APA knowledge and you're just using APA original sentences the whole time, who cares about this? Who cares about it? Because it's your work. You know it's your work. So even if you can't see the similarity, you'll hopefully be fine if you are okay with APA. I hope, but you know, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so that's what it looks like. That's what Turnitin is. That's how it works. And if you want to avoid me completely, well, let's reverse that. If you can't wait to have a meeting with me one-on-one about academic dishonesty, do all of the above. Okay, do all of these things that you see here. This will guarantee a one-on-one meeting with me that will, not be so great for your academic career. So if you are sharing or copying stuff from your friends as a reference, I'm going to have a meeting with you, okay? Your teacher will report that. If you're copying work, cutting and pasting without telling me where it came from, no citations, we're going to have a meeting as well, okay? So be careful with these things as well. If you're not following APA, you learned APA, you had to use APA, you didn't use APA, then we're going to meet, okay? And what else is there? Sources that are not acceptable. Oh, an example of this is if you're taking like an accounting class or something, writing an essay, and you're saying that the financial markets are about to crash. Really? Where'd you hear that? Him? That guy? He's my friend. He works in accounting. Oh, no, you can't use him as a source. Your friends, family, people you know in person, they don't count as reliable sources. That's an example of that. So that's why you might meet me in that case. Not having the right equipment, you have a test, you need your camera on, you don't put your camera on, well, you're gonna have a bad time, okay? That's one of the policies for your test. So be careful for those things. If you're online, that is. I know you're in person, for those of you that are in person. Hi, online. Anyways, if you're not following instructions in general, this is also something to keep in mind. And here's all the opposites of that stuff, okay? If you avoid all those things, you probably will never have a meeting with me that is going to be an academic dishonesty meeting. I will point out, though, that you might have a meeting with me. It's not the end of the world. I know that some people get very stressed out about it. It is serious. It is important. But it's important that we have a conversation. I'm not out there throwing out zeros to everybody. Like, oh, yeah, 0. No, we're not doing that. We're having conversations, explaining what happened. You have a chance to talk to me about what happened. So I take your comments into consideration when we make these decisions on what to do here. So just keep that in mind, if you end up having a meeting with me, which I hope you don't. But anyways, group work, right? Group work is next. Group work is going to happen a lot. You're going to have a lot of groups. You're going to have a lot of work. You're going to have a lot of group work. Remember, one person is going to upload for the entire group. If you have 5 people in a group, you all are going to submit the same essay. All 5 of you send that essay in. You know what's going to happen? Plagiarism, 100% plagiarism, all of them. And that's like unfortunate, but you're going to get flagged like that. Your teacher might send it to me, and I'd be, well, why did this happen? This is going to be unfortunate. One person uploads for everyone. Everyone gets the same grade, but also be sure to divide the work equally. Don't let one person do all the work. If one person is doing all the work in a group, you know who you talk to. Not me, I don't care. But your teacher does. Your teacher definitely does. It matters to them. So let them know if that's ever happening. An imbalance, we don't want that. We're not making more work for one person and 0 work for another person. So, be careful with that. Communicate with your instructor whenever possible, okay? Now, there are a few things I do want to show before I wrap up. You've seen a couple of them before. I'm going to show you some samples, but these are 4 things that you should have for all of your courses. First one, course outline. You've seen one before. I'm going to show you one again if you missed it. Course outline has all your assignments in it, all the required textbooks and supplementary textbooks, extra stuff you might need for studying. It's all there, okay? Percentages, the weight of your grades, all there. Evaluation timetable tells you the dates those things are happening, in addition to what you should study for every test. It's all there as well. And learning resources, so your slides and your notes and your recordings and stuff, that'll be on your course resource page as well. But also, our little edition, our Academic Integrity Edition, is the final one, APA Documentation Guide. That's going to be in every course that requires some kind of essay. And what this is imagine, for example, you have a question about APA, and so you ask your teacher, hey, what do I have to do here for citations? And they're like, oh, okay, let me check. You know where the teacher is going to go? The teacher is going to go to this document, APA Guide. They're going to read it, and then they're going to go right back to you and say, oh, here's what to do. So cut that middleman out, and we're going to give you the document yourself. You can review it like a dictionary for APA. Almost any question you have about APA is going to be in there. Samples, examples, and instructions. Use it for the entire time you're in the school, and maybe even after if you go to even more education later on, okay? It's going to be very, very valuable. We should be charging, I think, thousands of dollars minimum for this thing, but you get it for the low, low price of $0, okay? So it's all there for free for you. Use it whenever you can. I encourage you to please use it. Some examples of the course resource page, the course outline content. So there's some stuff there. I'm going to point some things with the laser. This is what the page looks like. You see your assignments under here, student evaluation, and that says learning resources, so your textbooks, stuff you need to buy for the class. It's all in that resource page. I know you can't really see that. It's hard to read, but I just wanted to give you some arrows and screenshots. The evaluation timetable looks like this, okay? This evaluation timetable, the yellow stuff that you see highlighted, those are going to be, it's not just like week 14, for example. It says December 18th. It tells you the exact date that is happening, not just week 2, week 6. And it tells you also what you should study for, chapters and units covered, until week 5, until week 6, whatever. All of the chapters here, and then the weight of all of your assignments. So it's all there for you. I encourage you, if you don't see this on your Moodle page, get it from your instructor. Ask them for it, because they have to give it to you, and you need it to study properly. Okay? Within the first 2 days of class, if it's not there, well, ask for it. Make sure you speak up and ask for it. Everyone needs it. So if you ask it for the whole class, then it's going to help everyone. Okay? In terms of my stuff, these are policies that you can check out if you feel like falling asleep, but they exist for you, the rights and the responsibilities of students. I can't imagine someone's going to have some bedtime reading with this stuff, but it's there for you, right? Stuff that we follow for academic dishonesty, it's up in here for 2000-5-1. The next one is, I think, test and exam protocols, what to do for writing a test and exam. We follow these rules up here. And there's other stuff, missed and test assignments policy and the grade appeals policy. If you need any of these things, they're available for you as of today and yesterday and years ago. They're all ready to go on the Moodle page. Where can you find it? Well, here it is. This is the Moodle page, very, very, very large. I'm going to use the laser pointer again because I know it exists. Up there, it says administration. That little circle there, no one can see that, but it says administration up there. Click on that link, you'll get here. And then this will show you all those policy links that you could just visit, click on, read. If you ever have a meeting with me, I'll always give you these policies as well so that you can read them, know your rights, and understand what we're having a conversation about. But if you feel like reading them later on, go for it. So last couple of things. What time is it? We're moving good. Okay, good. A few things to note. I can't remember what they are. Okay, don't share your login information. This is a very common one. It happens all the time for academic integrity meetings. You have friends that have laptops, that have roommates that have also other laptops and other roommates with more laptops, but then people share all their stuff. People share their laptops all the time. People share their login, put their login in. Would you like to save your password on this computer? Yes, but it's not your computer. Now everyone has access to your login credentials. Please do not share your login credentials. If 2 people are logged in at the same time of a test, even though you're sitting in the room taking the test and some friend of yours or your sister or brother that I've heard before checks your grades during the test, well, that requires a meeting with me. So please, I encourage you, don't share your passwords. It's your password. No one else knows about it. Write it on a piece of paper, okay? Take that piece of paper, tear it up, okay, and then eat the paper. Don't eat the paper. But you could be very safe with your content. Your grades are your own. Nobody else is entitled to seeing your grades, so you don't have to show them to anyone, right? keep that in mind. And know how your grades are calculated, what the weight of all your grades are. Don't share private information online. That's just general advice for life, I guess. And then last couple of things, English is great, only English in class. Attendance is taken in all your classes, so be aware of that. Come in, get attendance taken, and make sure that you are recorded as being there. If you're on international students, which is basically everybody here, international students on a study visa must attend classes. Check your course materials before class happens for better studying. Sometimes stuff is there that's inaccurate or missing or wrong. Don't just see the link and think, oh, it'll be there later. Check it now, make sure you have it, and just review it, if you can. Heads up, some of your instructors sometimes check if you've been on Moodle or not. So they can do that. They can see when you visit, when you've viewed things. So keep that in mind. And always, if you can, be on time on class. Be on time to class. In class? To class. Yeah, that's right. Okay, be on time. Punctual is great. Okay? All right. I guess that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your attendance. And, those of you that are still awake, great. Congratulations, you made it. If you have ever any questions, I'm always around campus. It's my first name, last name, Mark Gonzalez at cestarcollege.com. Academic integrity is great, and I love it. It's not the coolest thing. I can't even lie. It's great. It's okay, though. But anyways, thanks, everyone, for listening. I will pass it back to Kush, or yeah, maybe? Okay, sure. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. Stay in school. Don't do drugs and all that stuff, okay? All right, bye.
Thank you, Mark. So, all right, guys. Now I'm going to have Jessica on the floor to share some words about your GuardMe insurance.
Thanks. Okay. So welcome, everyone. My name is Jessica, and I am a coordinator with the Partner Services team at Guard.me. And I'm here to speak to you guys about your At Lambton plan for the new students that are beginning September 1st. You are about to start a life-changing adventure as an international student in Canada, and we hope that you have a positive, safe, and healthy experience. However, we do know that accidents do happen, and if you do become sick or injured, know that your GuardMe insurance coverage is your emergency healthcare plan while you guys are here. All right, so it's very important to know how expensive it is and why it's important to have medical care while studying in Canada. The reality is that it's quite expensive, and I have listed some typical medical costs in this country, as you can see here. Now, here is a list of things that your Guard.me may cover, such as testing, prescriptions, annual eye exam, pregnancy that begins 30 days from the start date policy. We also cover emergency dental treatment, along with dental accident coverage. Just to list a few, please be sure to read over your policy wordings for terms and conditions. On the table over there, I actually have a couple of benefit summaries. That has a list of all of the things that you are covered for while on this plan. Yep. So this is basically what it looks like, what's on the table over there. This is what it looks like on the inside. Again, it's just a list of things that are offered to you within the plan. So just like any emergency health care plan, there are some things that are not covered. So some of the exclusions during your stay in Canada includes plastic or cosmetic surgery, except as a result of a covered injury, expenses in your home country, etc. Again, I do advise that you read over your policy wordings for the full list of exclusions. Okay, so this is what your healthcare access card will look like. So on the front of this card, you will find your group number, policy number, along with your name, policy start and end date. At the back of the card, you will find emergency procedures, along with our toll-free number. Your emergency healthcare access card can be presented at pharmacies, dentists, paramedical providers for for direct billing. Please be sure to keep this on you at all times, as this is your proof of insurance while you are here. So in the event if you do misplace your card or you just need to get another copy, you can go onto your account, click the blue icon right there, and you'll be able to download another copy. Okay. So in the event that you do need to reach out to us in terms of benefits, eligibilities, if you want to know how to go about certain procedures, or even how to submit a claim, you can reach out to our customer care team that's available to you. through the 2 numbers that you see there on the screen. Also, if you do have to go to the hospital and you are able to, give us a call along with before doing any expensive diagnostics tests. Okay. So there are many ways that you can access healthcare while being here. For more minor situations, such as a cold, flu, fever, you can reach out to a doctor by going to a walk-in clinic, because those are specifically designed for minor situations. If you are faced with an emergency situation, such as broken bones, high fever, excessive bleeding, pain or illness that's severe, we do suggest that you go to the hospital. Just keep in mind that wait times at hospitals can be up to several hours, and patients are usually seen in the severity of their conditions. Okay. Now, if you are feeling sick and it's not an emergency, and you would like to reach out to a doctor from the comfort of your own home, you can reach out directly through our mobile doctor by guard.me services through your phone or computer. Our mobile doctors provide licensed doctors across Canada that will be able to help you remotely online. In addition, the doctor can create a personal health record with you. You will have to register first before using this service, which is just at www.guard.me/mobile doctor. So this is a look at what your customized website looks like, which you can access through www.guard.me/Cestar College. You'll be able to access your My Account, Keep Me Safe, Mobile Doctor, submit a claim, find a Canadian clinic, access policy documents, and more. So through your microsite, you do have access to a Find a Canadian Clinic tab, which is where you'll be able to find local direct billing clinics near you by using your address, city, or postal code. So there are 2 ways that you can submit a claim to guard.me. The preferred option is to submit the claim online by logging into your My Account. The second option is by mailing us the claim using your guard.me healthcare access card, which has a claim form attached to it. Regardless of how you wish to submit the claim, reimbursement is easy and quick. We can reimburse you by using the claims reimbursement card, which is just a prepaid card, by MasterCard. We can also do direct deposit, international wire transfer, or by check. It can take up to 5 business days for our team to process your claim from the date it is received. So this is basically a list of what needs to be included when you submit a claims form. So we just need your name, policy number, reimbursement information, original scanned invoices, reason for visit, proof of payment, your signature, and of course the date. Okay, so again, our customer care team is available to you guys 24/7. You can reach out to us through the assistant number at the back of your healthcare access card. You can also email us at customercare@guard.me, and you can also reach out to us through your personalized websites. Thank you guys so much for having me. Again, please be sure to pick up the benefit summary over there, as it has a list of things that you guys are covered for. And thank you guys for having me.
All right, students, so now is the time when you can take half an hour break. What is the time now? Give me a sec. Yeah, so you can be back by 3 o'clock, okay? Seems good? All right, guys, you can go.
Hello, everybody. If you have any questions to guard me, just come forward and ask the questions directly to Jessica. Please come over here and ask the questions. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
back to the atrium now. It's 3 o'clock. We will be starting very soon.
We'll be starting in 5 minutes. All right, students. So the next session we are going to have is from North York Community House. It's keeping students safe and accommodation tips. So those who are still not here, please join the ATM. We're starting it right now. It's a online session, so they are not here on the campus, but we'll be showing you the live video of them. And we're going to start right now.
To our virtual in-person ISC webinar today. Thank you all. Jaya.
Yeah. Again, welcome all. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to get us introduced to all of you. My name is Jaya Surendran. Along with me is my colleagues Mehraz Ahangar and Abhinay Akulendran. We are settlement workers at North York Community House, and today we are going to share information on off-campus housing accommodation and keeping students safe with frauds and scams and general safety tips for you to keep in mind. We will be really doing very debrief sessions, but usually we do run a longer session, a detailed session. It will be good in future to get connected with us, keep tuned, so that when we announce and send the link for future detailed sessions, you'll be able to join us virtually. So before I start and on the session, topic session, let me quickly share a few highlights of our organization. You will hear from us all the time. So North York Community House is a nonprofit organization, and we are partnered with Lambton College and other community colleges in order to run this program. So we are a total separate body from the college, a nonprofit, and we provide mobile settlement services in the community centers, colleges like you. And how do we provide this? Through information and orientation, referrals. If we don't have any services or expertise within our organization, and we will find available resources outside of our organization and do referral. We have citizenship and immigration related programs, health, wellness, language classes. We have a huge financial literacy team to help you with filing taxes. It's a very organized and well-versed team. Also runs session on different financial literacy topics. Volunteering, we have a volunteer program, so that if you're interested in volunteering, you can volunteer with us and get Canadian experience through the volunteering, right? Recreational, personal and professional development. This you can do through our employment workers. We have employment workers who can assist you with whether to create your resume according to the new country, Canada. And then we will be hosting future sessions on employment series too. How do we deliver these programs? We used to do one-on-one sessions, like make an appointment, see virtually, or make in person and see people one-on-one. Group workshops such as this. After the pandemic, we used to do more virtual sessions. This is the first time we were there in-person orientation on Monday and Tuesday at Lambton College. Due to some issues today, we couldn't be there. That's why today we are delivering this sessions through virtually. So we do virtually in person, many groups like these groups and parenting and advocacy groups. I would really recommend you to take a look of a website and get to know a little more about. So there's a little bit of a screenshot of our flyer there. So you will see our flyer information. Mehras, if you could show the flyer a little bit, I believe it's in the next slide, right? Flyer information. That would be good. Yeah, this is our flyer, which talks about most of our programs. So anytime when you have time, please feel free to go there and take a look. The next one is particularly about this project. Our project with Lambton College and other colleges are called Internet Student Connect, International Student Connect. So we have, international student, this project was created to provide settlement support to you and your family. When I say you and your family, some of you would have come with your spouses and children. So we do help with your spouse and your children too. The project's goal is to help you integrate successfully if you decide to remain in Ontario after completing your studies. ISC, it's a partnership with colleges, universities, and service delivery agencies such as us. This program is really funded by Ontario Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration, and it's free. Any consultation, one-on-one, any group sessions you are connected with us, we never charge. We don't charge for any of these services. I also recommend you to go and take a look of the website called www.internationalstudentconnect.org website, so that you get to know a little bit of, and it's good thing that they really created QR codes. Yeah, you can show the QR codes, Mehras. Yeah. So that you can take a QR code screen and take a picture, and then at your convenience you can go and take a look of the services that are available for internationals. This particular QR code is really to help the international students. Yeah, and then we can jump into the agenda, Mehras. So today's agenda, our agenda today will cover living off campus and what are the housing accommodations in Toronto, rights and responsibilities as a tenant, and what are the available resources for you to consider. Next slide. We added this slide because some college universities have a campus accommodation. However, Lambton does not have this facility. We are focusing more on off-campus choices. Okay. And then, so what are some benefits, what are some benefits of living off campus? Yeah, 1 second, sir. Some benefits of living off campus. So it can be cheaper than the university housing. Usually when there is the housing added to the university, it's a little more costlier. You have more freedom and independence, privacy, that you having your own space. It's a very good chance for you to meet and network with non-residents. When anything is connected, you'll just stay with your own gatherings. But when you go outside, you have a chance to go more networking and quieter from distraction as well. And then once you have decided, Okay, so now you need to decide where, before you choose, you need to decide where to live, decide how much you can afford, find about what rent includes, use various search methods to find your new home. Always, before you go in, always take a inspect. When I say inspect, because all the virtual way they set up will look more fancier than going in person. It may look a little larger, but when you go in person and check it, it will be much smaller. So I always recommend for you to go in person and inspect the apartment before you're committing. Next slide, Mehras. Okay. This is what you will hear. This is what you will hear when you are really choosing off-campus housing. Some of the terms that you will hear is rooms in houses, room and board, bachelor, studio, flat, apartment style, and whether you are going to live with a roommate in an apartment. So these are some of the terms that you will hear when you're really choosing for an housing option in Canada. Next slide. So when you choose where to live, it doesn't matter, even it's off campus, you really need to think about some of the challenges too. For again, in your case, there's no other choice. It is off campus, so you really need to choose an place where to live away from the campus or close to the campus. You need to consider commuting and transportation. How far the bus, how much I have to pay. I have to pay double fare or triple fare, or just one fare is enough. All those things, and bill payment, which is included with the rent, right? What are the other bill payment? Is the utility included, or those additional cost? We put missing school announcement, but it's not a big deal because nowadays everyone is connected with phone and Facebook, school related Facebook, and then social media. So it's really not a problem that you will miss in schools announcement, but keep in touch with the school related websites when you're away from the school so that you don't miss any announcement. You might have little more responsibilities when you live in your own places, which we will talk more to maybe in the next slide. Yeah. Next slide, Myras. So steps to follow when you are choosing a housing is, am I supposed to pass it from here to Myras usually?
Yes, I can
believe.
continue.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
Jaya, thank
yeah,
you so
yeah.
much. Okay, so the next steps after choosing the place to live. So I remember after you choose the place based on your budget, the neighborhood you decided about, and also the monthly cost. That's important as well, as mentioned by Jaya. It's not just rent amount. You have to consider bill average of the bills and also transportation. Those are all your monthly based fees that is connected to your to the place of renting. So consider all those options before choosing where to live. So the next step is agreements. So when everything is okay, when you talk with the landlord and they accepted all the documents and everything, there is an agreement process. So you need to go through a formal agreement normally. And here in Canada, most of the landlords may ask for first and last check. It means first month and last month's rent amount will be paid upfront, and it's very normal to be asked. But however, if someone has not additional documents, they might offer to pay upfront more in replace, but it's not legally accepted. But this is something happens as well, because sometimes to give like for if people are new, some documents are not available. So we always suggest people to talk with the landlord, to have some negotiation, to see each other in person, to make the trust. Because at the end of the day, it's not about like getting the whole money or whatever upfront. It's all about the landlord or the management company. They want to make sure that the tenants will be able to pay the payment monthly base on time. That's it. So they may ask for reference. That might look a little challenging for newcomers, because the references are like those who knows you here, like your employer, like your neighbors or some friends, or your boss at work. So those are not available for newcomers, no matter what is your status here. Any newcomers here are new, so they're not supposed to know anyone at the first point. And also one of the reference could be like the previous landlord, which is not available as well. So talk with the owner to see what other alternatives they may accept. They may accept a letter from your school. That's it. So you need to have that conversation. And contact number is another thing you need to provide. That is a part of the agreement. You have to provide the email address, phone number if you have, and if you have any other address, if you had any other address before, and post the dated check. You might be asked to pay the rental by post-dated check, but if it's not available, so there are other options as email transfer or even cash. But remember, if you paid in cash, to remember to get a receipt for that payment to have some proof for later in case if any conflict happened or in case of filing your tax at the end of the year. So at that time, you need to provide information about the rental amount you already have paid. But if you don't have any proof, that might be hard to show to CRA that this amount have been paid. And as Jaya mentioned, there are other costs such as utility bills. That's something you need to talk before signing the contract to see what is included, what is excluded, and how much is the average. So talk about the bills as well and ask who is the responsible one. And there are something else that you need to check that's about like garbage disposal. Each buildings depends on the type of the buildings, like apartment buildings, condominium, or houses. They have different type of garbage disposal, but you need to check and make sure you know all the details about that. And home repairs, that's important to know. Home repairs, if it's maintenance or like fixing something like plumbing or utilities such as kitchen utilities or oven or whatever, which is connected to the house and has some issues, you need to call and contact the owner and landlord before touching anything. So it's normally it's the landlord responsibility. Even if you know someone or if you want to do something, make sure to talk about that before doing or touching anything. And lease termination, if you want to stop the lease before the end of the agreement, talk to the landlord. Otherwise, you have to pay talk to the landlord to find a solution to skip the penalty, because as the contract says, you have the contract for example, 1 year. So you're supposed to pay the 12 months by the end of the contract. So even if you decide to stop it in the middle, you are supposed to pay the rest unless you find other solution with the landlord and they give you alternative ways to skip it. And just I think that's about termination. Oh, one more thing about termination. Even if you have a contract for 1 year, imagine if it's like 12 months, you need to give a notice 60 days before the end of the contract to your landlord. It means if it's 1 year at the beginning of the months of 10, you need to give a notice which is called N9. We will send it to the students later. And that's a formal process to give a notice to the landlord. Okay, these are all the little things you need to keep in mind about the agreement. Make sure to read the agreement very carefully. Make sure to ask your question if something is not clear, because if you signed the contract and after that you said we didn't know that and it was already in the contract, it's the tenant's mistake. It's not anything about the landlord or contract because it's already signed. Okay, so we already talked about this part, lease agreement or resident contract. We talked about part of this, but collecting and returning deposit. One more thing, it's about deposit. Deposit is additional to rental amount, but it will be back at the end of the contract. Sometimes if it's a furnished place, they might ask for deposit for the furniture, or some amounts for the key, like $200 or $300 for as a key deposit will be asked, but at the end of the contract, this deposit will be back to the tenants. Rent increase is not allowed as long as you have the fixed amount on your contract. By the end of contract, the amount will be the same. But at the end of the contract, if you're going to continue with the same landlord, there's always a little amount which is getting announced by the government that could be added to the rent amount. But in the middle of the contract, it's not allowed to add any rent increase. Okay, entering the house or the place by the landlord, that's another thing. In case if the landlord needs to enter the house, they cannot just open the door or knock at the door and enter. They normally have to send you a notice before enter. It could be for fixing somewhere or showing the place to the next tenant at the end of the tenancy. So that is the process. So they need to give a notice. They cannot come to the door and ask to enter or just open the door. That's not legal. Okay, so we already talked about reading the contract carefully, but if you need any more details about your rights as a tenant or tenants and landlord related rights or legal matters options. So just a moment, I have some link I'm going to show you. If you need any more information, there is a link, Cleo, CLEO.on.ca. This link is an informative link to get general information about any legal matters in Ontario, including tenants and landlord rights. So if you're not sure about your rights at some point, go to the link and go through there. They have different brochures and different details, so you find information there as well. Okay, so next step would be moving. After signing the contract, getting the key, moving is the next step. So there are, if this is the first time you have this experience of moving and renting a place, you need to manage something in advance. For example, have some cleaning supplies with you before moving your furniture or stuff, or have first aid kits, or make sure to have a plan for packing if you have lots of stuff. If you have furniture like big items, you may need to book with a moving company. If it's not that much big, you may need to hire a car and do it by yourself or ask a friend to help you. And if you are going to an apartment building or condominium, they normally have a process for moving to book the elevator, because if it's a big item to be moved, you need to book the elevators to have it for a specific time. So talk to the management of the building or talk to the landlord to see how the process is. Right and responsibility, we already talked about part of that, and we can go through something which is missed, like remember to pay full rent on time. If it's supposed to be like in the beginning of the month, and if it's not post-dated check, remember to pay the fee by cash or email transfer right at the time or a day before. Make sure to know about the rules and read the agreement and all the rules of the building very carefully and respect the rules. There are buildings, actually most buildings have rules about making noise. So most buildings in the city are not allowed to have loud voices or loud noises after 11 p.m. or have loud noises or party after 11 p.m. So these are the rules of the building. So make sure you know about the building rules like garbage disposal, noise, making noise, or other rules. especially for common area. Make sure to keep clean the space and return the space at exactly the same way that you got it from the landlord at the first point. It's being suggested to take a picture at the beginning of your tenancy of the whole space to make sure, because after a year you might forgot how it looked at the beginning because you have your own furniture or whatever decoration. So it's good to have a picture of the beginning, and after your end of your contract, go back to the pictures and make sure everything is exactly the same. Don't leave anything behind. Don't leave anything at the space, even if it's something brand new or if it's something in the kitchen which is already packed or never touched. Take it with you or throw it away unless you talk with the landlord or the next person and make sure they want it. Otherwise, it will be considered as garbage, and they may charge you for cleaning fee. Okay, and harassment and threatening is not allowed. That something is not allowed at all by any of those parties, no tenants or no landlords. So none of them are allowed to make harassment or threaten the other. So make sure to respect the rules and respect each other. We already talked about the utility bills. That's a part of the agreement. You need to make sure who is responsible, average utility. So I think we already talked about this slide. In case if there is any issue that you are not able to pay the rent amount at some point, make sure to talk with the landlord to see if there is any other option or alternatives. And don't just ignore or don't wait until you're okay, because on the other side, the landlord has some plan with that money, and if it's not in their account at the right time, but based on the contract, they can go after the tenants because of the delay. So if there is any issue, talk with the landlord and share the issue and see what options or solution they can provide you. And the same with the roommate. If you are with a roommate, there is some responsibility with you and the roommate. So make sure to have it clear between each of you who is responsible for cleaning, who is responsible for bills, how it's going to be shared. These all needs to be clear at the beginning. And again, about shared spaces, if you're going to be to share a space with some roommates, there are some responsibility. Bathroom, kitchen, or some common area could be shared. So you need to make sure who is responsible for cleaning. And sometimes you need to share like specific hours to use something like TV or kitchen or whatever. This is something between you and your roommate. And the difference of the shared space with the private space is you can move out without giving notice. So that's a difference between this contract with some roommates and the landlords. So you don't need to give a 60 days notice to your roommates. This website we already talked about. This is a very helpful website. If you shared your information with us, you give your contact information, we will be able to give more details on options for searching for housing, including these legal related websites. When you are moving, make sure to give the notice to the landlord. If it's a long-term contract, 60 days notice is mandatory. Contact utilities. If any utilities is under your name, like phone, internet, and electricity, make sure to call the provider and cancel the utility. and redirect your mails if your address is attached to any documents or any other location, like your school has your email address, or Immigration of Canada, or Service of Ontario, Service Canada, your driving license. These are all, or your bank, they all have your mailing address. So remember to change your address to the new address before moving. Take all your belongings, as mentioned before, and clean the units the same way that you got it, and return the key and got your deposit amount back. That is the process of moving out. Here are some links which could be helpful to get some more information. I just leave this page, and I think we have another page as well open to if anyone wants to take a picture of that. I just leave it open for a few seconds to get some picture, and we can go to the next page later. Okay, I'm going to the other one. I'm going back to this map page. Okay, another thing which could be helpful as well. If you're still looking for a place to rent, torontorental.com is about buildings which are under management company, and they are called rental buildings. Realtor.ca is a very common website to find a place to rent or buy. That's a real estate market website. And Kijiji is very familiar for many people to buy and sell items, including houses as well, or a place to rent. Okay, I am going to have a quick look at this map, which is just comparing different area of the city in terms of rental markets. So if you see the map, please ignore the amounts on this map. This is not very updated one, but it just gives you some idea about the difference in the city. Depends on the neighborhood. So as you see, these maps is based on a subway station. So as you are getting closer to the stations, the amount is getting higher. So if you go far from the station, the amount is more affordable, but you have to consider the transportation cost as well, or access to other facilities such as hospital, or a college, or the stores, grocery stores. You have to consider those as well. So as you see, if you are getting close to downtown area, which is purple here, the amount is going up. And here on the straight line all the way from Union to Finch, that's Yonge Street. Closer to Yonge Street, it's also higher. But if you are going far from the center or Yonge Street, you see the amount is more and more affordable. So it's just to give some idea about the city and different neighborhoods in the city in terms of rental amount. Okay, so we are good at this point, but we are going to have more detailed session in the future. So we will share information with all the students later, and hopefully see you later with this topic again. But now we can go to the next topic, which is safety.
Yeah.
And
yeah. While you're switching, while Mehras is switching
Mm-hmm.
for the next presentation, I just wanted to remind students, say we are sharing all these resources about, Toronto rentals and everything. Mehras, you can switch it to the other one. Switch it to the keeping students safe presentation.
I think this, the page has been shared.
Yeah.
If you have it.
So yes, we see. So what I'm saying is, right now Toronto rental housing market is so skyrocketed high, right? Y'all would have already arrived here, and you would have already faced the difficulty of finding and housing already, right? It's such a challenging. That is one of the challenges in Toronto. The rent is so much high and most of your money goes to the rent. What I'm really saying you is like, really work with your networks, your past students, if you're friends, your relatives' friends. So networking is very important so that you are not getting cheated by an unknown resource, right? Check your notice board inside the colleges, right? Because if a student is putting that she have one roommate who just left, that the roommate found another housing, that room is available. One roommate student will post a advertisement saying that room is available for rent, right? So keep your eyes open for such notices. Lambton College might have a Facebook page for sharing such resources, right, for housing and things like that. And then, yeah, even real estate agencies or real estate agency people, you need to go with the trusted people, right? Because those are the ones who have their listings in their hand, right? We nonprofit organizations only can share the general resources, but only the real estate people will know which apartment, which in this building, which apartment is free for renting, right? We don't have access to those one because we are not an housing agency, right? We are a non-profit organization who's generally served, but we know which are the reliable one, right? So when you come to us, we can say, oh, this is reliable, you can go ahead, right? So I would really, really ask all the students to be really keep in touch with your own network, own college, double check with everyone. Okay, and then let's go to the next session. Keeping students safe. This is our next topic. Yeah, we can go straight to the agenda, Mehras. So in this topic, we are going to quickly share with you types of, I think, is this the agenda? The previous one, right? Yeah, so we are, yeah. So this is, we are going to share very quickly. I know it's 3:45. Most of you will be there until 4. So we will be really quickly, briefly share this information too, so that you're not really waiting. It's a long day for you. Avoid fraud and scam in Canada, in the new country, protecting your identity, and what are the emergency services that are available for you. Next slide. Sorry that I'm running, but again, we can run these sessions in a detailed way a little bit later or in the coming months, okay? So there are so many frauds and scams as part of the cybercrime globally, even though Canada is a very safe country. Globally, whatever happens in globally, it's like ripple effect. Everywhere the crimes gets, the higher crimes comes, and people, the fraudsters and scammers are really using the COVID as an excuse to really to find their way to do their scams and frauds. The next slide. So there are so many types of scams. Phishing scams. Phishing means they are just taking your data, right? And lottery scam, marketing scam. You will hear that this is free, that is free. You will hear a relative in trouble scam. You would have even heard from back home. Similar scams are happening. Debit and credit card scams. You really need to be careful because you would have your bank cards, credit cards in Canada now. So just to be careful with your password, make sure you have a very secured passwords because it's very important to have those things safe so that you can focus on your studies, not to get into this trouble. Identity theft, people do steal your own identity information. So you need to be careful there. The final one, but I really wanted to illustrate a little more on this, is the CRA, Service Canada, and maybe IRCC scams too. So you might even receive an email or a phone call from CRA saying that, oh, you just didn't get your social insurance number yet, but you've been in Canada for so many, a few months. We are going to arrest you right now, right? Unless you come and pay this penalty right now or e-transfer the money. If you hear such scams, please do not believe in them. Just hang up the phone, right? Please do hang up the phone. because they do usually write to you. CRA will send you letter. IRCC will send you letter with a proper logo, with proper service, unless you communicated with them. So you need to start an initiative, and so that for them to reply to you. So don't fall into these scams. So just to be careful, and before you get into anything, check with and verify your things with another person who knows little more about it. The next slide. A little bit of a stats. There is so much. This is 2020, but then there was also latest 2021 stats also says there is a huge loss due to different fraud. Next slide, Mehras. So of course, fraudsters, who do we call? Fraudsters, during the COVID-19, what some of the fraudsters are using is, they will say that, oh, your apartment needs to be air cleaned due to the COVID, so we are going to do this mandatory. No, there's no such things, right? So just to be careful with getting into trouble with those announcement or anything like that. The next slide, Madras. Yeah, so because of, due to this only, there is so much loss during COVID-19 because people were really scammers were really trying to do many other way of cheating people. The next slide, please, Mehras. Yeah. So I believe from here, I'm going to pass it to Abhinaya. Abhinaya, you can just go a little more detail about how to identify fraud and scams from here. And thank you, everyone.
Hi, thank you, Jaya ma'am. So what to do? So Jaya ma'am just reviewed how to identify frauds and scam. I think you went through this already, right? Sorry, you're muted.
Sorry, you can pass this. Yeah.
Yeah, we went through all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just gonna go on to what if, you know, you tried to avoid all this, but still you became a victim. What is the next steps? What are some things that you can do? So what you can do is gather all information about the fraud, like for example, the date, time, any details about the fraudster. Call your bank and police. So when you say calling your bank, is like, for example, let's say you have a credit card and you start noticing transactions that you have not, obviously, you know, you're not aware of. If you notice something, then you call the bank, you let them know right away, these transactions does not look like something that I had made. So please, like, you know, try to block off my credit card, because most likely chances are that someone else is using your credit card. It happens to everyone. So the first thing to always do is call the bank and let them know. So there are a few phone numbers here that you can take a picture of. For example, the Toronto Police Financial Crimes and the non-emergency line, which I'll be talking about, talking more on. Another point is you had to call your credit bureaus. So in Canada, there's two main credit bureaus. One is Equifax and the other is TransUnion. So Equifax and TransUnion is where you would have information, all your credit history, how many credit cards you have, and any loans that you have, your employment history, your profile. So this includes your name, your contact information, your most updated address. These can be, you can get a hold of them for free. Like it was mentioned by my colleagues, these sessions, we run them regularly online, especially, and we speak about this more in detail. I don't want to take much of your time speaking on about these in detail right now. So just try to take a picture. If not, you can always get in touch with us for more information. And another number that you can call is you can contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center, which is where we get most of the information from. Next slide. Thank you. So one of the main things that we talk about is the SIN number, the social insurance number. This is something that should not be shared with anyone. You should only give your SIN to your employer, government agencies, and financial institutions, no one else. So it is not an identification to, like, to use. So for example, a driver's license is something that you can use as a identity card, but not your SIN. So keep other important documents like passports and immigration paperwork in a safe place. In many countries, like, many other countries, having your passport or other immigration documents with you when you go out is normal. But in Canada, there is no need for it. Please always keep it in a safe place. Like I mentioned before, check your bank and your credit card statements regularly to see if you see any strange activities. If you lose your wallet, cancel your credit cards and report the loss of your identification immediately. Contact Service Ontario if you lose your driver's license or health card. Contact Service Canada if you think your social insurance number has been stolen. So I know this is a lot of information, and if you feel like, okay, like what's happening, what is it that I need to do, you can always get in touch with us. Like, so we are settlement workers. We're here to help you and guide you and assist you. So you can always get in touch with us if you're confused about something. If you're in any of this situation I'm saying, you can always get in touch with us, and we'll give you a like, we'll guide you through the situation. Next slide. So cybersecurity, you probably have heard of this. Use very strong passwords on your computer, phone, and tablet. Use antivirus software on your computer. Do not share your passwords or your PIN numbers with anyone. Always log off a website when you're using public computers. Like, for example, if you're at a library using a computer, you sign into your email, make sure you log off. Do not click on attachments or links in emails from unknown senders. Always check the privacy settings on your social media accounts and do not share personal information. This is extremely important. I've been hearing a lot about sharing locations in many of social media accounts. You always have to go through your privacy settings to make sure you're not sharing those information. Next slide. So this is safety on the street. Some points on how to be safe on street. So walk with a purpose, avoid isolated areas like parking lots or garages, stay in places where there's like enough street lights, keep a distance, don't let people come get too close to you, dress so you can move with ease, pack very lightly, take only what you need with you. Being followed by a person, if you feel like you're being followed by someone, switch direction or cross the street, walk toward an open store. You can yell for help. If you feel like you're being followed by a car, you can slow down and make sure you do not approach it. Always, this is something important for international students, because many of you do not have family here. It's always best to let someone know that, like, for example, maybe a roommate or a friend, let them know that you're going somewhere, and maybe have them check on you to see if you're back, or to make sure like everything is good. So it's always best to have that one contact at least to make sure like, everything is good with you. And about talking on the phone while you're walking, always make sure you don't get lost in the conversation. Like, just be very aware of what's going on around. Next slide. So emergency services, you probably might already know 911 is for life-threatening situations. There are other phone numbers as well for any situation that's not a non-emergency. So these are some examples of what could be a 911 emergency. So if you feel like you see a life is in danger, for example, you see that there's fire, a crime in progress, or you see a serious crime, and you feel like the suspect might come back to the scene, um, or is at this scene, um, any suspicious circumstances that indicate a crime is about to be committed or just been committed. Always remain calm and speak clearly when you call 911. If you need an interpreter because you cannot communicate in English, you can always request for one, and you need to let them know what type of service you're looking for. So if you feel like there's a medical emergency, you say you need an ambulance. So there's three different departments: police, ambulance, and fire. Explain the situation. You need to provide the exact address to them with the postal code, and give your name, address, and telephone number. Next slide. So, like I said, in an emergency situation, it's 911. To report a crime that is not an emergency, this is the number. You can take a picture of this. To report a crime anonymously, call Crime Stoppers at this number. So if you feel like you don't want to share your information, you can always call anonymously as well, but there is a different number for it. Okay, so these are some great phone distress helplines. So this you can take a picture of as well. For example, for assaulted women's helpline, for women who are who have experienced abuse, there's a phone line for that. Or crisis line for mental health services, and or there's services for the lesbian, gay, bi, trans youth line as well. So these are just examples I'm giving you, but this is a great um, like information on what some of the helplines you can take a picture of, or you can get in touch with us. We can send it to you. Next slide. Okay, perfect. So we have come to an end. I'm sure it's been a long day for you. So we were, like it was mentioned before, we were in person yesterday and the day before, and we were able to give out a registration sheet where you were able to write your name and your contact information. That way we can follow up with you. But since we're virtual today, we are not able to do that. So we please request you to maybe take a picture of this slide where all of our emails and phone numbers are there. Please feel free to send us an email, a quick email, or you can even send like a WhatsApp message to our cell phone, so our work cell phone, and we'll be able to keep in touch with you. Like mentioned before, we run sessions like this regularly. During COVID, we were running only virtual sessions, and it was extremely successful. So we will be continuing to do virtual as well as maybe some in person as well. So get in touch with us, not just for group sessions, but also for one-on-one help. So thank you so much. And Jia ma'am or Mehraz,
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really miss seeing faces because we enjoyed the past 2 days seeing faces. Now, because we saw that way and are now doing it virtually, we really miss the faces. There is a huge difference between face-to-face and doing virtual. So thank you for being patient, listening to us. Keep in touch. Thank you very much, Lambton organizers. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Sahil. Thank you, all the volunteers. I remember so many volunteers were there around us yesterday. Thank you all for this great opportunity. We will continue. on an ongoing base, and you will hear us, seeing us in future for more often. Jyoti Venkatesh is our financial literacy team head. So that's her name, which is on the screen, who will really help you to do filing your taxes or even help you to do your own tax in future. Take a note of our names and emails, and then have a welcome to Canada and have a wonderful academic year. And wish you all the best with your school success.
Thank you all, and yeah, and hope all have a great rest of the day. Thank you.